And welcome back, and welcome. I was not expecting us to switch this early. Welcome back, and welcome back to another week, another edition of ESL Open Cup Americas number 241. I'm of course Joseph VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players and by our lovely people in the chat. Welcome to your weekly dose of America StarCraft. Again, last night we were live with the ESL Asia version of this event. Likewise, ESL Europe just wrapped up as well. And now we are here to close it off with ESL Americas. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Canadian Terran player, the Teal Terran representing Team Gosu. It is Greenert. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the other Canadian player, the Canadian Zerg player, the purple Zerg representing Born Gosu. It is Hunted Swarm. And if you're in the chat, get your gambler going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will advance on in the series. Likewise, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourself. The bracket is stacked, the bracket is massive, the bracket is full of amazing players, and there's a lot to go over. Oh boy. It's not. Here we go. Until then, of course, we're going to be settling into our TVZ. We have been casting Hunted Swarm for some time now. I say that last week we did feature him. Greenert is a player that I haven't been able to feature too often on the channel, so I'm excited to see how they confirm or how they do perform as they are a fellow GM, or they are a GM player here in the Americas region. So I'm excited to see how they can advance on here and how they can compare to some of these other players, especially the pro players, which are going to be coming up in the later rounds. Until then, we're calming down, we're settling in. Alright, settling in. Also, I just woke up. That's why I'm like muddling my words a little bit here and there. I'm still waking up, Papi. I'm still we're getting there, we're getting there. Aye. But I did sleep very nicely though. Like right after the cast last night with ESL Asia, I went right to bed. I just got all the sleep. It was beautiful. It was beautiful, Papi. Oh God. Until then though, we're going to be settling in. And likewise, so far we did have a pool first opener. It was an interesting build by Hunted Swarm, just a little bit more safe it did seem like, especially since we didn't move out with our Lings. The Reapers arrived, one Ling going to be going down, second Ling goes down as well. Nice trade so far out of Greenert, will rotate around. Likewise, Link speed is on the way, and we have not pulled out of gas completely here, so I'm curious if we're going to be using the gas for something. I'm curious if Hunted Swarm is going to be going to a faster lair, into a Roach Horn, into some kind of higher form of tech. It is possible here for the Zerg player. For now, the Reaper's trying to keep up with what's going on, and we'll go for the Tumor. Oh, does get it. Tumor does go down. Reaper gets the hell out of here. Does pivot away. Behind this, Greenert's getting into a 1-1-1. A bit of a more assertive, a bit of a more aggressive build here, going for a starport before CC, before third base. So much more aggressive from our Teal Terran player. Meanwhile, across the map, Hunted Swarm will finally take the third base. Third was delayed by a couple of seconds, but is now on the way. But really, it's going to be all about the aggression of the Terran. It's going to be all about the Hellions and soon to be Banshees. There we go. We're going for the add-on swap. It's going to be Banshee production here from Greenert. Technically, yeah, should be Banshees. I was going to say, I mean, could be BCs, but if that was the case, usually we'd see the Fusion Core and we wouldn't see an add-on swap here from the starport. So Hellions and Banshees on the horizon for the Terran player. Ooh, as we hunt out an Overlord, it doesn't quite supply a look, but we are getting damage done nonetheless, and the Hellions, they have arrived. Hellions are here. Imagine getting out of bed. It's been a while since I've casted from my bed. One of these days, we need to bring it back. We need to... I need to bring back the bench casting. Aye. Oh no. Not like this. Not on Twitch. Not on Twitch. Meanwhile, as we can see here, we have been continuing to mine gas, but we haven't really made use of it. So it looks like a little bit of inefficiency out of Hunted Swarm. I say that there's the lair. Okay, we're going into the lair, taking another gas already, taking 3 gases, and we have our answer. It is going to be for roaches. So Hunted Swarm is going for a bit of a more roach heavy style. Hellions have arrived. They confirm lack of saturation at the third base. They can poke into the natural and get an eye on the tech, and they will. We just scan ahead of time. We can take down the tumors, and we do confirm the Roach Warren. Protorans on the way. Back at home, we already have our Banshees amassing. Cloak is being researched. We can soon move out with 2 of our Banshees and wreak havoc across the map. Meanwhile, Green Earth is still doubling down. A third CC heavily delayed for Green Earth, going for another Rax. Okay, let's go. Getting into our 2-on-1 setup here before that third TC. So again, a very aggressive build out of Green Earth. That's a lot of Hellions. That's a lot of Hellions, Pappy. And how much damage can we get done? It looks like we do threaten the middle line. There are Lings to defend, but only Lings, and they're gonna get roasted. Lings, they come in first round. Decent setup here on the Hellions, but alas, we slip away. The Hellions are the Lings are roasted, and we can go further from here, but alas, we don't commit. We can see Green Earth being quite safe here with these Hellions. We could try to rush past the Queens and get into a mineral line, but we are holding off on that. Meanwhile, Overlord Speed is on the way. Roaches are amassing. We have that lair. Are we planning to go for a drop load all in? If this was a pro game, I would assume Drop Lord's Queens being loaded up and we just go for it all in across the map, but we're droning. We can see Hunter Swarm is droning, so it looks like Overlord Speed is just for scouting information more than anything. Looks like Green Earth is just trying to keep up and try to settle in, and there's no Spore! No! There's no Spore at the third base. Drones are going to be going down. The Banshees, they wreak havoc. They get 6, 7, 8 drone kills already, and we're not done. Not even close. Overseers are on the way. Do we have a Spore? We have Spores on the way in the main of the natural, but alas, we lose every single worker at the third base. That is 15 drones going down. That is game-ending damage. That's far too much already, and we're not done. Oh, we're getting up to 20 drone kills. Not like this. 20, 21. 21 workers go down. And the Banshees are still looking quite healthy. And on top of that, it's not just the Banshees, we have Hellions as well, still marauding around. There's a Raven alongside the Hellions. Thankfully, it is not mech. We're getting into Bio behind this. Marines, Marauders, tanks are amassing back at home. We're getting ready for the eventual push. And Green Earth has set himself up beautifully. We've killed workers, queens, more workers, more drones. I'm afraid to look, but it's been 21 worker kills already here for Green Earth. And Hunted Swarm has some catching up to do. Either we try to catch up or we just go for an all-in. As we can see here, we're rejoining. We're trying to resaturate that base, which means our goal here is for a longer game. It's not an easy road to walk here for Hunted Swarm, but we're committed. Okay. Okay, Pappy, okay. We're going for it. Meanwhile, we do have a Green Earth likewise threatening a dive towards the natural as well. The wall is wide open. We get in! No! The wall is open. We get into the natural. The Queen is getting roasted. We just go for the mineral line. Order turrets are thrown down, and we just ignore the natural, go straight for the main base. And we get a full scout. We confirm the Spire. No one lighting up! The drones line up as well, and we roast them up. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Another 20 workers! Another 23 drones go down. That is 44 drones in total. With that, here comes the move out. Here comes finally the first push of the game. We've been harassing with Hellions, harassing with Banshees, but now this is where we look to end it. And because we lost so many units over the course of this early game, I don't see a world where Hunted Swarm can survive this. Looking at the units tab, we have 5 Roaches, we have 3 Ravagers against a Terran army, against Man with Gun. And Man with Gun is pretty good. Tanks are sieging up. We're just closing off the army, looking it off from the natural base. And we just commit. We just stim on forward. We commit in. We dive on top of what little is left here. Mutas are on the way, but Mutas, they're not going to be enough. GG gets called, and Green Earth will take game number 1. GG. Green Earth will take the first game. And again, he's coming in as the favored player. I want to believe that Hunted Swarm can show off a little bit more here, but game 1 was heavily in favor of the Terran here, popping off with the initial Hellion Banshee harass. The eventual move out was, again, really to tie things up. It was the early game harassment and aggression that really popped off, and that is on our Zerg player here for not being able to prepare in time with Spores, with Queens, with SimCity. Unfortunately, we were caught with our pants down. The pants were down, Bobby. The pants were down. And with that, Green Earth will take a lead, but we're still in mid-series. We're still waiting to jump into game number 2, and we'll see if Hunted Swarm has something else in store for us. I'm curious what the map is going to be, and whether we can involve a little bit of cheese, a little bit of cheddar, a little bit of spice in it, Bobby. Oh, spicy cheese. Let's go. I'm ready for it. Likewise, after this series, we can embrace the brackets and go over some of the eventual matches, go over some of the players that are competing here tonight. We'll get there. Until then, we're jumping in. Until then, we are jumping into game number 2, and we're going to be loading into... Interesting. We're going to be jumping into Amphion. Let's go. Also, as we settle into our series, a big shout out to all the people in the chat as well. Shout out to Sounder, Babylings, Einstein as well. Welcome. I see Based Restart. I see Ursus. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. Buenos dias. Good morning. Kalasi, Colossal Gulp. I see Goro in the chat. Of course, Kuro. Always lurking in the background. I see NA Hammy 7 as well. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Now we're calming things down. I just saw. I've heard things will be slow this September, but if things go well in about a year, I'll gladly sponsor a tournament that brings some light to your channel. Okay. Shaking my head. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our Canadian Terran player, the Teal Terran, representing Team Gosu, leading the series 1-0. It is Greenert. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the other Canadian player, the Canadian Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Born Gosu. It is Hunted Swarm. Should have never bet on the Canadian. Kappa. As the Canadians are facing off against each other. Once again, a pool first opener out of Hunted Swarm. All the Gosu teams, by the way. It's Team Gosu versus Born Gosu. Who is the real Gosu? Does it mean anything at all anymore? Does it, has the word been played out? Oh my god, as we are opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Okay, Greenert's going for a much more assertive, much more aggressive build. Going 2-Rax Reaper, going to be moving out across the map with a massive amount of Reapers. Meanwhile, Hunted Swarm did go for, once again, another safe opener. It was a pool hatch gas opener here out of Hunted Swarm. This does mean, or this should mean, earlier Queen production, but with delayed gases, we'll see. We'll see if we can keep up with the Reapers and keep up with the aggression of Greenert. Ooh, as we prioritize gas mining, interesting. Also, I assume it was a pool hatch gas opener, but it might have been gas before pool. Sorry, gas before hatch. If that's the case, then link speed will be finishing up a little bit earlier than usual. We can use that to keep up with the Reapers, but until that does occur, Greenert will be in control. Everyone's scout trying to get a read on what's going on. We'll confirm the lack of Rex on the high ground, but I mean, it should be throwing down the low ground regardless. So Hunted Swarm has a piece of the puzzle. Reaper's already moving out across the map, and we'll see if we can keep up. As Reaper has arrived, going to be dancing with the drones, and oh, the first drone going to be going down already. One drone goes down. Oh boy. We have a queen at least in the main base, but we are lacking that second queen in the main. We have a queen on the way to the natural base. Alas, this Reaper aggression already dealing a lot of damage, and more Reapers are on the way. And we're just containing Hunted Swarm to a 1-base economy. At least until the other queen does arrive. And Greenert, he can have his way with this army here. We can chase down the Lings, we can camp the production, camp the mineral line, more Reapers have arrived. Oof. And, oh no, this is not gonna be... Look away, Zerg players, look away, it's not gonna be pretty. The queen pops out, but we want the drone. We want it, and we're not gonna get it. Reapers are gonna be forced back. But the Lings are not. The Lings are cleaned up, and meanwhile back at home we're transitioning. We're of course expanding, taking our natural base, working towards our add-ons, tech lab, reactors, stim, reactor marine production, third TCs on the way. And that is an early Bailey nest. Hello. Okay, you have my attention. Lings speed about to finish up, but no, we get more Lings! More Lings get caught out. Barely any saturation here on the low ground as well. And Hunted Swarm stumbling his way into the mid-game. The Bailey nest is interesting. That tells us that most likely a Bane bust is ahead of us. That would make the most sense, but we just barely have an economy to work with here. Screener catches another drone. The drone is going to be going down. Likewise, Greener rotating over, catching another would-be expansion. Oh! Does lay the third base. And even though we have the bailiness, even though we are prioritizing gas income, we're not making lings. We're droning. We're still droning up. So, Hunted Swarm, he's got 1 foot in one end and 1 foot in the other. What I mean by this is that we're getting ready for aggression. We have a lair on the way, but we've also been droning. Now we have ling production, but what is the lair for? Now we're droning again. Like, I'm getting mixed signals, Pappy. I don't understand. We're doing a little bit of everything, which means when it comes to either one, we're not really able to bring our best foot forward in that sense. Part of us wants to go all in, the other part of us wants the macro. And with that inner conflict ensuing upon Hunted Swarm, Greenert is massing up at Marines and getting to stem. Greenert is getting ready for his own move out. Remember, third CC is done. We're getting into the rest of our Vaxes. Getting ready to move out. Meanwhile, Link Speed, I mean, has been done for quite some time. We're going for the Reapers. We will trap them. And there's no way out. We shut down the Reapers. And we're still making more Lings. Now, Hunted Swarm did get up to 2 base saturation, did turn up to 34. Third hatchery has been thrown down, and we are moving out across the map. And now it's time to bust. I would assume. Mutas? Oh my god. He's crazy. Okay. We throw down a Spire instead, and we're going for Mutas. Interesting. Okay, Hunted Swarm. Okay, I see you. I see you. Banelings are on the way. There's no bunker. Bear that in mind, there's no bunker. Greenert has no idea how much danger he's in. I just realized the wall is not a wall. We don't actually need the Banelings. But what I'm curious about, though, is... Oh, will we be able to catch Greener with his pants down? We're going for a double drop across the map at the same time. We only leave a handful of Marines back at home to defend. We can try to break this, and we're going in. We are going in. The Lings, they flood on through. They get us around on the Marines, or at least they try to. Nice spread there from Greener. Bailey's they go for the mineral line. The SCVs! Ooh. We do connect. Workers are going down. We clean up the Marines as well, and at the same time, the drop is racing back home. We get into the main. Ooh, big connections. Not bad. 11 SCVs go down, but we still have an economic lead. Greenert is still ahead in the economy. His third base is fully operational. 12 worker kills is okay, but it is not good enough. Oh. I think you just realized that the wall was open. I don't think that was intentional. There you go. Yeah. He thought the wall was a wall, Pappy. It's okay, it's okay. It's a hero wall, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. But the wall has been patched up. At the same time, Greener moving out with his double drop. We can see a secondary Bane bus is being prepared. Mutas are amassing as well. But we have nothing at home to defend. Oh. We don't have much at home. Hunter Swarm does commit. We're going in. We are going in. Bailey's, what do they crash into? So far, the Leagues are body blocking, and oh, the Marines are wreaking havoc here. We do hold on at the same time across the map. We get on top of the third base. That is a kill on the hatchery. Hatchery goes down. Greener likewise making his way into the main. Hunter Swarm's racing back. Could be supply blocked. No. It's supply block. Gonna try and go for this round, but again, without Bailey's, we can stand and fight. Somewhat. We get surrounded. Bailey's crash in. We defend. We hold. Lost meters. One. As we do force back the army. Meanwhile, back at home, we're still just building up. Our third base, freely, fully mining, fully saturated, up and running. Hunted Swarm. And needs time to rebuild. He's stuck on 2 bases, getting into mutas against Mass Marine. It's not going to be pretty. Oh my god. As we are going to be racing back home, we force a cancel. Getting a worker, and it looks like with this final move out here with Widow Mines, with Marines, this should be the nail of the coffin. I say that just because Hunted Swarm has so little to defend. We have mutas, we have a handful of Banelings, we have 18 Lings in production. If we can land the most perfect Baneling connections, then maybe we can hold on. That's going to be a big if. Nice splits here out of Green Earth. Winter Mines are set up. Oh my god, we catch out the Mutas! Yeah, the Mutas, they cannot touch these Marines. They get shut down. GG gets called, and Green Earth will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Green Earth will take the series, but again, he came in as the favorite player. He is GM. A shout out to Hunted Swarm for, you know, jumping in, for taking part in the event regardless of his own rank, regardless of his own league. Do appreciate it, always, always. So big shout out to Hunted Swarm, but congratulations to Green Earth. Congratulations. We'll take the series, we'll advance on into the next round, and we are going to be following Green Earth into the round of 32. Just need to message some players and make sure that we're all good to go. Make sure we don't get left behind. And let's switch our teams over and catch up on the bracket. Together, baby, together. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Quickly setting it up. Bam, here we go. From the very top, let's zoom in a little bit. We have Trigger. We have Trigger as the #1 seed of the tournament. And that might surprise you, but we are missing a key player that I assumed would be here today and last night as well. MaxPax. MaxPax is missing in action. MaxPax was not here in ESL Open Cup Europe. Likewise, MaxPax is not here either in ESL Open Cup Americas. So MaxPax is suspiciously absent in both of these online events. It would have been a pretty, I mean, I would have assumed that he would have had a very successful run if he was here, as he is typically the ESL Americas champion, but is not here this week. I'm sure is, you know, on the horizon. I'm sure we'll see more of him in the coming weeks. Scrolling down, we have Psionic versus Disrespect. Psionic takes down Disrespect 2-0. Again, Trigger is up against Kinpatch in the round of 32 as well. Trigger is poised to make a deep run in this tournament. Best of luck. As a reminder, Trigger is poised to, or is living in Korea, staying in Korea, has woken up in the morning, and is looking to make a deep run in this event. Scrolling down, we have Honmono. Honmono up against Full Heart. Honmono, of course, being the Korean Terran player. Full Heart being the American Protoss, ex-Zerg, but now a Protoss Cannon Rusher. Best of luck to both of those players. Scrolling down, we have Epic. We have Epic waiting for the winner of Patches and Bokujin. Likewise, Foxer waiting for the winner of Fireclaw and Meowridoom. We have Bomyoja up against Rebellion. Honestly, some really solid American players here, or NA players in Epic, Foxer, Meowridoom, Fireclaw, Patches. They all are quite comparable. I do favor Epic to go up against either Honmono or Honmono in the next round. Do wish them all the best. Scrolling down, we do have Inexorable. He's up against Zesty in the round of 32. Inexorable is going to be favored there to make a deep run as well. Meanwhile, Luciano, Loki, Nicarax, all facing off likewise in the round of 32. In the round of 32. Hold on. Scrolling down, we have Jay versus Dave Testa up against Vindicta in the next round. And before we keep on going with the bracket here, essentially, Green Earth was poised to go up against Mixu in the round of 32, but it looks like Mixu is MIA. Mixu might not be here, which means we might not have a series. Oh god. We might not have a series, but from scrolling back up, we have Jay advancing on over Dave Testa up against Vindicta in the round of 32. In that second round. And I'm going to slip into some DMs and see if I can catch that series. Can I catch Miguelito back? hoping I can. Scrolling down, we have Rare versus Sword over in the round 32. We have Bombilla up against Ninja. I haven't seen Bombilla in a while. Okay, the Peruvian Terran player. Really cool to see him once again. Ga, papi ga. We have Silky, we have Chuchilla, we have Check Prime. Again, it looks like Mixu did report a walkover, so unfortunately Mixu isn't going to be competing here tonight. Otherwise, my plan was to follow Green Earth into Mixu, into Azura, into Trap or Geralt, but it looks like that is not going to be happening today. But Azura's down here. We have Trap, we have Matt, we have Acheron, and Geralt as well. Let's go. We have a full bracket. So because Mixu isn't here, and because we can't follow Green Earth into his next series, instead we will be switching our series over, and we will try to catch Jay versus Vindicta into Sword Off. That's now the new plan. That's okay. Okay. We had a backup. We had a backup. In case things fell through, it's all good. And we'll see if we can find him. Just catching up in the chat. The opponent is off to Green Earth pastures. Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. I'm catching up. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We will try to find our next series and try to find our next matchup. It looks like Vindicta's missing, but I think he's laddering? Question mark? I think he's in a ladder game. Oh no, he's AFK. Oh good, oh good. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have our next series. See you guys soon. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some breakfast, and get ready for the tournament to come. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to ESL Open Cup Americas. Our second series of the night. Was still in the early rounds of the tournament. Still plenty more matches ahead of us, but we are here with a fresh best of 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Zerg player, the Red Zerg from the land of Canada, representing Team SC Swarm. It is Jay. We go. We are going to be settling in, and again, we did hop series. Unfortunately, it sounds like Mixu was unavailable today, so Mixu did provide a walkover to Greenort. Greenort advanced on to the next round, which means we didn't have a series available to us, which is okay because we can jump on another one. We can jump on this one. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys don't have a look at the brackets. Likewise, predictions should be open, so place your bets on who you think will take the series. Vindicta, I would say Miguelito is favored here, but both players are GMs, and Vindicta likewise is not a full-time player anymore. You know, he does play in his off time, in his downtime, so he's not as committed to the game. So this could be a closer series. Could be. I want to give some credit to Jay, just a little bit. Don't want to be too biased, papi, too biased. Oh, mi hijito. Mi papi. For now, moving out, it's going to be a standard Rax Expand opener here out of Vindicta. Meanwhile, Jay going for a Hatch Gas pool. Everything is looking as it should for the time being. Everything looking as it should. Vindicta going for his SCV Scout, confirming the opener of choice. And we should be settling into a bit of a longer game. That should be. Again, I haven't casted Vindicta in a long time. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute since we've covered some Miguelito, so I'm happy to see him here in the event. I know a lot of the Terran players out there have been inspired from Clem's performance over the weekend in EWC. A lot of inspiration for Terrans out there, and they're coming out of the woodwork, papi. They know they can play Terran. It's crazy. As we do end up taking down the first Ling. Nice control so far to Vindicta. He does not quite get the second Ling. Does threaten the mineral line. Meanwhile, behind this, Jay, his third base is heavily delayed here as the SCV is on patrol, and the Reaper will quickly check for the triangular third base. No drone in sight. No third base taken yet from Jay. No third base has been taken. Behind this, Ling speed is on the way. We pull out of gas, so we're not rushing into roaches, not rushing into banelings. But Jay is stuck on 2 bases and we need to expand, and we finally will. So a delayed third base for Jay, a good start for Vindicta. Behind this, going into a third TC before Starport. Economic follow-up here out of Migs into his own 1-1-1. So we're settling in towards a longer game. Are settling in. Jay likewise redroning, Link speed kicking in, and just trying to recover his economy, trying to keep up and trying to make up for the late third. And I'm not opposed to this decision here. Oh, actually going for a Roach Warren. Okay. Now, Roach-based openers have been very trendy over the past year, I would say. They've been more and more prevalent in the TVZ meta, and Jay likewise looking to embrace it as well. It's a very safe way to play here in ZVT. The Roach Warren is thrown down. Likewise, Vindicta threatening a move out, threatening a dive, does get eyes on the third base, but Migs does not confirm the tech of choice. He has not confirmed yet. Likewise, we will be keeping an eye on the drone count and on the gas saturation to see if Jay does go for an all-in, or if this is just safety roaches. I'm assuming safety just because we haven't hidden the Roach Warren. Like, it's just a part of the wall, it's out in the open. It isn't hidden in the main or behind the natural. Behind this, Banshee production has begun, and the third base is now soon to be taken. So Vindicta just gaining map control, looking to threaten the third, threaten the natural, threaten the bases of Jay. The initial Roach is revealed, and we will catch a Roach, not bad. Takes a lot of hits, Jay has to back off, and you can see here that Jay is droning. So again, it's only a safety amount of roaches, and from here we can settle into a higher worker count, saturate our 3 bases, and get into a 4th. So Jay is building up towards the mid game. Meanwhile, Vindicta is looking to try to make him stumble his way into the mid game. He has Hellions. Now Banshees are moving out. That's actually a lot of Hellions. Oh my god. That is going to be 8 Hellions for Vindicta. And he's going to have a lot of dive potential. A lot of potential to just wreak havoc in any of these mineral lines. Jay has to be on point. Eva Chambers, they're thrown down for 1-1. Bailey Nest has been thrown down as well. That tells us that Jay wants to go into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Hellions rotating around. Banshees, they do hit the left-hand side, so Banshees towards the third base, Hellions towards the natural. The SimCity is a little bit chaotic, is what I will say, so these Hellions they could get into the natural, it's possible. Speaking of, they go for the dive! And makes it go straight for the main base. He avoids the natural, does wreak havoc here with at least the Lings, but he wants drones. And only 2 Hellions make it in. At the same time, Banshees, they're going for the base, they're going for the hatchery. The Hellions are cleaned up, they get 3 drone kills. Meanwhile, across the map, we're going for the base, and the base is getting very low. We can transfuse! Up! We can and we will! Yeah, the base is going to be transfused. Instead, we go for the workers. We have 6 drone kills. We could have gotten a lot more economic damage here, but we don't get the base. We only get a handful of workers, but we're not done. Oh my god. Oh my, 11! 12! 13? Oh no. 12. 12 drones go down. Very nice damage here for Vindicta. The other interesting thing, remember, Migs had 8 Hellions. He only moved out with 4 of them. That's an interesting choice here from our Terran player. He's making sure he keeps Hellions back at him to defend against a Ling counter attack. Oh, Banshee does go down. The Banshee does fall, and back at home, Migs is kind of embracing his third base and settling into a longer game. We're getting into our bio production. Tanks as well, 4 CCs on the way, so we're not going for an 8 racks, we're not going for a 3 base all-in. We are taking out further into a 4th. So Migs going for a longer game, and again, all this damage dealt to the hatchery could have been to the workers. We could have seen even more economic damage done. Migs unfortunately was on a move, and he was preoccupied by the base itself. Did survive. And Jay is able to stabilize here on a higher drone count. Up to 80 workers. And is now working towards that Lingbane composition. Bailing speed is done. Ravagers, Lings, Bailings are amassing. We are building up. And we'll see if Jay can keep up with the first move out. As Vindicta has arrived, going for the queens. Oh! Gets one! 1 queen goes down. And with that, we get a queen. We trade with the Lings. So far, good trades here by Vindicta. Behind this, going for another double drop on the right-hand side. Going for a split push. And we'll see if Jay can keep up. Meanwhile, Jay is rushing into a hive. Okay, the hive is on the way. This should be for Viper production and Adrenal. There's no Hydroden, so we're not rushing into Lurkers. Not yet. This could also be the beginning of Ultra Tech. Possible. Up. So far, a good start of stepping out of Migs. Does focus fire those Banelings. Up. And he gets even more. And Banelings are being shut down at the same time. Double drop into the natural as well. We're going for the mineral line. We're going for the drones. Up. And we do drag the Banelings off of creep. Very nice target firing. Vindicta, he shuts them down. And Banelings do fall at the same time. Drop into the natural. Gets even more Banelings. Does pick up, does get the hell out of there. So far, so good. And we're not done. We're going for more drone kills. We're trying to at least. Alas, Jay is keeping up. The Bailings, they do graze the Metamax. Jay still on a healthy drone count. He may have been trading inefficiently with the Lingbane, but Jay does at least keep his economy thriving. Unfortunately, it looks like we have been missing injects. Jay has almost 2,000 minerals in the bank, and we need to spend the money. Oh, we need to spend that money as soon as possible. We need as many Lings as we can because here comes Migs. He's pushing out. Both players are getting maxed. We get a tank. Oh god, but the tank's on the high ground. They get so many shots off. Again, that position is brutal, and Jay, he's fortified out of the open. Fortified within range of the tanks as well, and Vindicta, he will take the fight. Tanks are pushing forward, and Migs, he's gaining ground, and Jay's up against the wall. He's trying to keep up, he's trying to hold on. Oh, does take down a Metamac, not bad. Gets the Metavac, but we are still lacking Lingbane. Again, Jay needed a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more time. The Vipers have arrived, but no, one Viper gets sniped. The Viper goes down, and Migs, he's going to be able to break through. Gets over the center base. There's barely any Ling Bane left. We're trickling units in. And Migs just keeping the pressure up. Again, Jay had the economy to defend, just need a little bit more time to inject, to settle into his Ling Bane, to gather energy for the Vipers. Give Jay 30, maybe one more minute, and it would have been fine. But GG gets called, and Vindicta takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Just non-stop pressure, non-stop aggression out of Vindicta. Initially with drop play, initially with Hellion Banshee, then into drop play, and then into that eventual move out, that eventual push. And Jay just barely could not keep up. And with that, Migs takes the first game, takes a lead. And we'll see if Jay can fight back and force the ace match as we're getting ready for game number 2. Likewise, as a reminder, Sort of is waiting for the winner of this series. Sort of, he's a big name, he's a big boy. Over from Sweden, of course, and is going to be one of the heavy favorites to make a deep run in this event, but I want to believe that these players can likewise threaten him as well. But for now, we're going to be focusing on this series, on the round of 32, and we're jumping into game 2 on Crimson Court. Alright, jumping in. Meanwhile, the rest of the bracket is progressing quite nicely. You know, Trigger, he's advancing on into the next round. We have Rebellion taking down Bomyalja 2-0. Some of the bigger names are starting to go down. But for now, we are jumping into our next series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our American Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. Oh, that is not the correct logo. I just realized. My apologies. There we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing SC Swarm. It is Jay. We go. We are going to be settling in. Again, Jay taking a more macro approach last game, but was opening up with roaches. If you remember though, his third base was heavily delayed. I'm curious how Jay will approach Crimson Court though. Crimson Court is a much more unique map. You can try to mine through these mineral patches early on and take a bit of a safer third base. You do need some earlier setup though, mining through these mineral patches as quickly as possible to gain access to this location. Otherwise, you could take the center base, take the Risk-Vesting Gas Geyser, and go for a roach base all-in. That is not unheard of on this map. Or you can take the standard linear third base instead. What was that? Linear third? Sorry, triangular third is what I meant to say. So we have different options here for how we want to approach this with our third base locations. We'll keep an eye on Jay. For now, it is going to be the Hatch Gas Pool standard opener. Meanwhile, we do have Vindicta going for his own rack to expand. SCV is moving out across the map. Migs is looking to scout, looking to get a read on what Jay is up to. And as we settle into this, a big shout out to Bomyalja in the chat. Oh, Gah, Papi Gah. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I hope you enjoyed your, I imagine, initially ladder session into your tournament performance. I hope you had a good time against Rebellion. We did just see the results on stream. We just caught up with the bracket updates. But yeah, I hope you had a good time against him. I mean, Rebellion is a tough player. He's one of the bigger names in the bracket, so no shame in going down to Rebellion. Hope you had a good time. Hope you were able to learn and grow from that series. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Thank you, Bomyalja. Gracias, gracias. less than three. 2-minute delay, Papi. 2-minute delay. But for now, we're gonna be calming things down. It's I see Bobiante, he's like, yo, I just joined and he announces my defeat. I'm sorry, Papi, I'm sorry. I just glanced at the bracket, I'm sorry. My apologies, my apologies. Regardless, thank you so much for the raid, thank you. As Jay is going for the center base, okay, we're going for that center base location instead. Going for the Rich Festing Gas Geyser. Vindicta does confirm. As we dip into the main base, we do prioritize gas mining already. I am picturing another Roach Warren here from Jay. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him as the Reaper is going to get the hell out of here. Lings, they try to engage, but last the Reaper will escape. Meanwhile, back at home, we are going to be settling to our 3cc into... Interesting. This is not a 3cc, not even 2-on-1. We have a 3-rack setup already. Okay, Vindicta, you have my attention. You have my attention. Rushing to stem very quickly and getting to a bio-heavy composition. Migs taking a bit of a more assertive approach here. I mean, there's still 3cc. Meanwhile, 2 drones going to be going down. Reaper into the main. Getting a full scout, getting a read on the gases, getting a read on any early tech. Making sure there's no Roach Warren, no Spire. No infestation pit. Reaper is shut down. Lair is now on the way, and after the Reaper goes down, now we throw down the Roach Warren, and this time it is hidden behind the mineral line. Rich gas is being taken as well. Jay, it looks like he does want to go for a big Roach push. He's building up to it. Jay's building up. Meanwhile, behind this, we're going to be settling in. Tank production has begun for Vindicta. Vindicta, he has a piece of the puzzle. The piece that he has is the center base, right? And again, you typically don't take this unless you're being aggressive. That is Overlord speed on the way. Are we going for a Roach Queen all-in? Are we going for a German taxi? Bappy. I'm curious. The queens are coming together. Yep, Lings are on the way. Roaches are on the way. We're going for an all-in. Let's go. Jay is committing, and Vindicta is not aware. But has a decent setup. We have a tank on the high ground. We have a bunker on the low ground as well. Migs trying to piece it all together. Does scan. Does confirm the lack of saturation. Big scan here for Migs. What does he see? He doesn't see the tech. He doesn't see the army. But he sees no drones. No drones, only gas. That tells everything. And we need to defend. Migs back at home. Getting into more tanks. I would love to see another bunker. Here come the queens. The queens do load up in those Dropper Lords. Roach is moving out. Link's moving out. It's all or nothing for Jay. Roaches are spotted. We're going to be pre-pulling the boys. We have them here to surround, to repair. But the lack of SimCity is concerning. Tank is moving down to the low ground. The tank is going to be that much more exposed. We go for the scan here. Now he knows. He knows, Bappy. Second bunker's too late. The tank is exposed. Tank is going to go down. Bunker goes down as well, but we shut down the Lings. Yeah, tanks, they're popping off here on the high ground. More boys being pulled. And if we can't get on top of the tanks, then we're going to be able to hold on. Yeah, the piles. Oh, the whole position micro. Oh my god. Migs. The tank survives a little bit longer. It finally is not going to go down. Oh my god, gets so many shots off. And Migs will hold. The tank finally falls, but he shuts down the army. Shuts down the Roach Ravager, gets all the queens as well. Does lose 14 SCVs. But remember, he's on 3 bases. He's on a 3cc. We have mules available, and Jay behind this has no saturation. Jay is all in. This is not good enough. Jay needs more damage. Likewise, Migs needs to replace those bunkers. Because we're getting ready for a second all-in. Jay is still not droning. We're doubling down. We're still committed. And we're going for a drop into the main. Okay. Drop lord towards the main base. Migs does spot it. Is aware. Lings do drop in. We're catching out an Overlord, but we're still amassing more Roach Ravager. And now Migs is exposing himself. Ooh, SCVs are going down. Tanks are repositioning. And Migs, he hasn't seen the Roach Ravager. The tank! The pickup! Oh my god. Does pick up the tank, does save it. Tanks back off, they spread, they siege up, and we're coming in for the surround. Jay, he gets baited in. And we clean up the army. Oh my god. Yo, that last second split with the tanks was crazy. GG, well played. And Vindicta will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Vindicta will take the series 2-0. My condolences to Jay. He did have a deeper run making it to this round, making it past the round of 64, but alas, does meet his end at the hands of Vindicta. So my condolences to Jay, and congratulations to Miguelito. Congratulations. With that, Vindicta will advance on into the next round, and I mentioned before that Vindicta has an opponent ready and waiting. Opponents, they get harder and harder here in ESL Open Cup Americas because we go up against another Zerg player, but this time, a much greater one. This time, a Swedish one, in sort of. Let's go. Let us go. Vindicta, he's going to be going up against sort of in the next round. Sort of course, he was at one point retired. True, he was retired for a time. He was not the most active of players, but over the past 6 months, almost a year of StarCraft, or of StarCraft, almost a year of play, sort of has returned to practicing, to competing, to laddering, to streaming, and sort of now does pose a threat to some of these other big names as well, and I would say is favored in this next series, but I'm excited, I'm ready for it. Let's go. I'm excited, I'm ready for what's to come. As vetoes are underway, and we will soon have our next Team Easy. Here we go. Our players just need a little bit of time to get sorted out, but this should be a spicy one. Meanwhile, we have some other updates coming in. Let's quickly have a look at the bracket. Let's go. As we switch our scenes over and refresh that bracket, we have some catching up to do. Okay, from the top, we have Trigger advancing on into the round of 16 to face off against Psionic. Trigger is going to be favored there, but best of luck to Psionic. Best of luck. Likewise, scrolling down, we have Homono. We just got an update. Homono did take down Full Heart 2-0, so Homono is now in the round 16. Scrolling down, we have Epic up against Patches in a TVT. I do favor Epic there, and I look forward to Epic versus Homono. Basically, a lot of Terran. A lot of Terrans are facing off here to face off against either Trigger or Psionic in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have Foxer versus Meowridoom in the TVZ. That could go either way. I think I slightly favor Foxer there over Meowridoom, just because Meowridoom is not as active as Foxer, at least from what I know. But best of luck. Winner goes up against Rebellion in the round of 16. Scrolling down, we have Inexorable. Inexorable is in the round 16, waiting for the winner of Luciano, Loki, and Nicaract as well. Nicaract is poised to make a deep run. I have a lot of love for these Latin American players, for Luciano, for Loki, for Inexorable, but Nicaract is the heavy favorite to make it to the quarterfinals, to maybe even make it to the semifinals as well. I think I would say that. I think I favor Nicaract over all the other players here to make it to the semis, so best of luck to everyone facing off against him. Scrolling down, we have our next series. We have Miguelito, we have Vindicta up against Sordov in the round 16. That is what we are casting. Scrolling down, we have Ninja going up against the winner of Chuchilla and Silky. Chuchilla even. Chuchilla. They are facing off. Scrolling down, ooh, we have a bit of a bug. Let's see if we can refresh. There we go. Scrolling down, we have Green Nerds up against Mute in the round 16. Mute takes down Azura. Okay, impressive. Very impressive stuff, but Azura has been brought down, and Green Earth is now up against the Peruvian Protoss player. Winner goes up against the winner of Trap and Geralt. That is going to be a very spicy PvP. Honestly, that could go either way. Like, I do love Geralt, but I do want to favor Trap a little bit. That could go to the ace match. That could go all the way to game 3. It's hard to call. Best of luck. Best of luck to both Geralt and to Trap. Meanwhile, we're jumping into our next series. We're jumping in, the vetoes are done, and we're getting into game 1 on Oceanborn. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Swedish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Root Gaming. It is sort of. Here we go. So we are calming things down and getting into our next fresh best of 3. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series and who you think will advance on into the quarterfinals. A lot of this will come down to how informed both these players are. Fun fact, both Vindicta and Sort of are streaming their POVs. They're both streaming on their own personal channels. The streamers, they're battling. And I do give the slight edge to Sort of. I give him the edge, but obviously my heart is with Miguelito. Obviously, my heart, always. We'll see where they take this. As for now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Sort of. Likewise, Migs going for a Rax Expand. We're not really taking early on in any kind of major aggressive way. I don't really expect either player to go for an all-in either. I expect some, straight up standard play initially. Then maybe in game 2 we can spice things up. We are easing our way in. As for now, we're going to be saturating our natural. Keeping an eye on things, and ideally delaying the third base. The SCV is in position to delay the third, Reaper is on the way, and we'll see how Sort of does deal with this as his drone is already moving out, making his way towards that third base expansion. And the battle has begun. Oh, who comes out on top? Up! The drone of the SCV. The gas geyser is forced. Oh, once again, the drone going for the SCV does take some extra hits. And there we go, the SCV is forced back, and we will expand. Nicely done here by Sort of. He wasn't delayed for too much. He was forced to cancel the gas geyser twice, but he does get his base up and running at a reasonable time. So nicely done here. Meanwhile, behind this, Vindicta going for a third CC. 3 CC before starport. Economic opener out of our Terran player. And we should be getting into our starport as well, into a 1-1-1. There's the add-on swap, and the starport is now on the way. Vindicta getting into Hellion Banshee. Very similar to what we saw against Jay in the previous series. Very similar. So far, so good. Likewise, there's that Tech Lab, so we should be going for an add-on swap. Keep an eye on Migs. Likewise, Sort of, he's just joining up. He's keeping up with the initial Reaper harassment. So the creep is spreading. Sort of taking control of his bases, getting to link speed. So far, so good. And we'll see if Vindicta can find a way into the bases and find a way to wreak havoc in the mineral lines. As Hellions are poking in. We shouldn't be going for a dive this early, but we always have the potential. Always. So far, Sort of splitting up his queens. We have 3 queens on one end, we have 2 queens on the other, and of course, more queens on the way. And we're able to hold on, able to deflect the initial aggression. And the creep is looking quite nice. Able to maintain our creep, able to spread it. Joining up on 3 bases. Base production has begun, or is almost done at this point. Cloak is on the way. And we'll see if Sort of can keep up with the harassment of Migs. Meanwhile, it's going to be a lair opener, so very safe play out of Sort of. Going lair first. This should lead into a faster Baneling Nest. Speaking of, there it is. Baneling Nest is on the way. The nest is a little bit early, considering the timing of the lair, but again, it just looks like really safe play out of Sort of. This should go into delayed Evo chambers and delayed upgrades. So just really safe play. Investing into his gases. The reason why I say it's safe is because we're delaying upgrades in favor of Baneling speed. To make sure we're okay against like a Hellbat push or any early committed timing. just making sure he can keep up. Lings are amassing, sort of going for a 4th base. Honestly, the creep is looking very healthy here from sort of. And these Hellions haven't really been able to do much at all to slow it down. The Banshees are confirmed. Back at home, we already have a Spore in our mineral lines, a Spore in every single base. Eva chambers are on the way. 4th base is looking a little bit more exposed, but for the most part, sort of is looking solid. And the creep is getting to the halfway mark. Again, a lot of this does come down to the queen movement and the queen positioning. There's just so much creep. Really, I'm just comparing this to the Jay series earlier, where Jay was struggling to hold on and struggling to maintain his position. Where I sort of is all over it. Banshee's moving out. We have so many queens! Oh my god. We have 10 queens! 10 queens for sort of. The Banshees are locked down. Macro hatch soon to be on the way. 1-1. Again, sort of just looking solid here. The Banshees will find some damage, though. There's no detection. But never mind. Sort of is ready. And yeah, we're cutting up queen production at 10. And we get some tumors behind this. Vendetta is just massing up his bio army. But there's still a lot of creep to work through. And as we clear up some tumors, we just replace them. Immediately, we're here to replace those tumors. Banshees, they hit the would-be fit. Queens are keeping up. Double drop moving out. And again, we'll see if Vendetta can get some damage done. One Banshee goes down. Hellions are forced back. We are clearing up some creep. We're gaining ground on the left-hand side. We're going for the mineral line. Up! We're almost there, but alas, sort of, he does keep up. The Lynx have made it. The drop is forced to pick up. Meanwhile, Banshee, the second one goes down as well. Ay, ay, ay. We catch both Banshees. And sort of is taking up in towards Hive Tech and towards Hydras. Hydrogen has been thrown down. Infestation bit, that's going to be for the Hive. We have the Macro Hatch. Now, what's important is that sort of hasn't rushed into Hive Tech. Like, we're still not quite investing into it. Here at the 8-minute mark, just playing it very safe, very conservative. Getting into Ling Bane. Massing up Hydras. Not rushing into Lunkers or anything crazy like that. Vendetta does find a way in, though. He does hit the third. Gets a Hydra. Oh my god, the transfuse! Hydra doesn't quite go down. We drop into the main. We catch an Overlord. Get an Overseer as well, potentially. Oh! As we shut down the first drop. And the second as well. Migs is clearing up some creep here. He's gaining some ground, but does lose 2 medevacs in the main. Forced to pick up. Yeah, now we have Hive Tech on the way. The Hive is in production, and this should be for Lunkers. Meg's still trying to find some damage, but sort of, he's just been a brick wall. Oh my god, he takes down a full medevac! Full medevac goes down. He's crazy. Both players are maxing, but again, sort of has so much control of his side of the map, there's just no way for Vendetta to really push in. Meg's does get a drone. Gets a worker, rotating towards the left-hand side, catching more tumors. But again, sort of, he's just so quick to replace those creep tumors as well. We force friendly fire! Oh my god. And even though both armies are maxed, it does feel a little bit bleak seeing Vendetta trying to push onto creep like this. Has to be so careful. Has to make sure he doesn't overextend. So far trading well. At the same time, Lingbane hits the fourth. We get a CC. Just the one though. Migs will hold. One CC goes down. Moving back in. Sort of trying to keep up. And can he catch out Migs? Oh! Not quite. Vindita does pull away in time. Meanwhile, sort of rebuilding his Lingbane army. He knocked down one CC and he wants that planetary. He wants the fourth base. Hasn't gotten it yet. But behind all of this, the hive is now done. Adrenal's on the way. No Lurker Den yet. Still committed to Lingbane Hydra. No Vipers either. As the drop is pinned back. Oh my god. As we trade nicely, picking up some Banelings. He does catch a couple of Banelings. 3/3s on the way. Drop in towards the natural, distracting sort of. But sort of is keeping up with the main army. So far so good. Let's keep up. A couple of queens are caught out. Both players still maxed. And Migs has tried to be active, but he's being forced to turtle. We have more CCs on the way. Liberators, Widowmines. Migs is trying to be somewhat active, but he's going to be forced to turtle. As sort of has control of the entire map. Ghosts have arrived. Sort of cleaning up the Widowmines though, again denying the fifth base. Likewise, Ling drop into the main. Migs is keeping up at the same time. That's a kill, not a cancel on the CC. We get one. We get the tank as well. Yeah, the tank does fall and sort of hitting at 3 places at once. Hits the main, he gets shut down, but he's going for the fourth base. That was his target. That's what he wanted. And he gets it. Massive Bailey connections. The planetary does go down. It cost sort of a lot of supply, but it was worth it. And behind this, he has a massive bank. Sort of backs up. He remaxes, he rebuilds. And Migs, he's down to 3 bases. He's forced to move out. And this is Vindita's moment. Sort of is vulnerable. Sort of has a bank, but where's the larva? Uh-oh. No injects. We have been missing injects. The injects are not quite there, but the Lingbane does clash in. And we crash into the Bio Army. We take down a big chunk of Marines. Tanks go down as well. Not a bad fight here from sort of, but it wasn't enough to break Vindicta, and he keeps pushing. We have to give up a base. We have to give up on the 5th. Sort of has to back off. 3/3 still on the way. And he's trying to engage, but again, Vindicta, he's so close to breaking sort of here and now with this counterattack. There's no lunkers. Banelings are morphing in. We're getting on top of the Banelings. Oh my god. And this hatchery is going to go down. Sort of does evacuate. And again, time is on sort of side. He still has that bank. Is rebuilding, is remaxing, is trying to at least. Vindicta committing hard, pushing even further. God, that's a lot of Marauders. Migs, can he do this? He's close, he's so close. Sort of setting up a surround. He comes in from the flank, from the left, and from the right as well. Gets on top of the tank spots. So far, good kiting out of Migs. Oh no! Takes the Baneling to the face while running out of Lingbane. And without Banelings, the Hydras are so exposed. They're so vulnerable. We're pushing in. And Migs, can he break sort of here and now? Ultras are on the way. They're in production. Vindicta, he's running out of steam. Nice snipes on the Hydras. Very nice snipes, actually. Oh my god. Vindicta trading very well, but alas, we shut down the tank. We're forcing the Terran back. And sort of, he holds. He barely holds on. Ultras are on the way. We have kindness plating as well. And Migs was pretty all in. Like, behind this, we don't really have much of an economy. We are picking up, we're landing the main base. That's how desperate we are. The main is on the way. Meanwhile, we've gone away with the Ultra Tech. Likewise, we saved most of the drones. Again, so important here that sort of he was able to save these workers for the most part. Did save them. Liberator denying mining time. Ming's trying to keep up. Do we get the Queen? Oh, not quite. The Queen survives. We get 4 drone kills. And sort of he's here to deny the 5th. No, he gets a full medevac. Full medevac goes down. Likewise, sort of engaging on the right-hand side and catching up the bio. Sort of, can we get on top of that base? That's a lot of Banelings. We're going for the planetary again. We're trying to get into the middle line, and we will. Ooh, massive connections. Even if the base survives, we get 38 SCVs, a massive amount of damage. And the economy of MiGs, it's crumbling. Likewise, we get on top of another CC. CC does go down. Sort of from here, he backs off and he's still able to maintain himself. He's still on 77 workers. He's still on a healthy drone count, a healthy base count. Sort of has remaxed. And even though Vendetta, he came so close to breaking sort of that time has come and gone. You know, the window has since closed and sort of is looking secure. Now looking very secure. The Ghost waddling in, going behind enemy lines. Gets a couple of workers. We're getting some damage. We get 1 drone. Nice mine drop. 4 more drones go down. And at this point, we just don't have the supply. We don't have the numbers to defend both locations at once. We're going for the planetary once again, and this time it is going to go down. This time there's no saving it. The planetary falls, and now sort of can focus his attention here to the 5th. To the main. To the main that was floated over. Oh, the Infestor in position. We're ready for the fungal. We come in. The fungal does connect. Bailey's there roll on forward. There's no more ghosts. There's no more bio. We get into the mineral line and we shut down the fresh mining base. The only mining base of Vindicta. There's nothing left. There is no backup fourth. Vindicta, he's down to 20 SCVs. Down to 1 base mining. Barely a base mining, really. And we're going for 1 final move out. And again, Victor, he came so close to taking this game, so close to breaking sort of. Oh my god, massive win of mine. GG gets called, and sort of takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Sort of does take the first game. And with that is 1 game away from making it into the next round. Meanwhile, Vindicta has to fight back here and now. And again, he came close. He came very close. He was able to catch sort of with his pants down. Sort of, unfortunately, he was missing injects. He was lacking larva. So when Vindicta went for a big counterattack, sort of was barely holding on. He barely had reinforcements. It was a very close fight. And from that hold, then sort of snowballed out of control. You know, he had a high base count. He had a high drone count. He was able to maintain himself. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 2. Number 2. Getting into that second game. It's going to be on Alcyone. Let us go. Do we have any other updates? It looks like Trap versus Geralt is still ongoing, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, still ongoing. Likewise, Trigger did take down Psionic 2-0. Trigger, he's in the quarterfinals, waiting for the winner of Honmono and Epic. Waiting for the TBT. And likewise, no other major updates yet. Not yet. But we'll probably be sticking with this part of the bracket and sticking with this portion of the tournament. Following this into the next round, we at least try to keep some cohesion with the matches that we follow. But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have our American Terran player, the blue Terran representing Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Swedish Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Root Gaming. It is Sordo. Here we go. Sort of, he does take a lead in the series, and for the most part, he was in control of that last game, except for that big counterattack. If you remember, sort of, he collapsed on the 4th base, he traded out a lot of Banelings to kill the Nexus, and that did leave him a little bit vulnerable to a counterattack. Vindicta, he took advantage of that, went for a massive move out, and that was kind of when the game was a little bit more up in the air, and that was when it was at its closest between both players. But then sort of he survived, made it out, and able to wrangle control back in his favor. But now we're getting into game 2. Getting into game number 2 here, loading into a much more macro-oriented map. The rush distance by ground is a little bit longer compared to Oceanborn, and the bases are more secure, so we could be in for a long one. Oh no. we could be here for a while. It's possible, it's possible. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. As for now, we're just calming things down. Again, sort of just going for a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of our Zerg player. Likewise, Vindicta going for hello. that is not normal. Vindicta going for a Rax expand into a second Rax behind this, going for a 2-1-1 question mark. I assume that's the case. Okay. A build we don't see too often anymore. A little bit old school. A little bit more played out. But here comes that second Rax. We should be throwing down the factory behind it. Okay, so it's going to be a 2-1-1. Now, the way that this works here is we do delay the expansion. Sort of force some more in. That's a gas geyser. Reaper is revealed. The gas still not cancelled. Lings are moving out across the map, and we go for the bunker block. Okay. The SCV will pull away, but we do deny the expansion. Lings are moving out. They're headed towards the natural base. But Vindicta does successfully delay the expansion. Ooh, that's a kill though. Oh, that's not worth it. That's a kill, not a cancel on the bunker. Ay, ay, ay. We delayed the third base for a couple of seconds, but that is going to be quite an amount of minerals here down the drain. Not like this. 100 minerals. Plus an SCV. But behind this, we're getting into our 2-1-1. Now, this is going to be a very strong sim timing. Going to be 16 Marines, 2 Metamax moving out across the map. And we'll see if Sort of can get a read on what's going on. If Sort of is too greedy, then this can catch him off guard and can wreak havoc. Oh boy. For now, Sort of establishing his third base, joining up. Getting up to 2 base saturation. With this build, there are no Hellions. There are no Hellions involved, so there's nothing to really defend against. So we're gonna be getting away with just joining up as heavily as possible. We can get away with greed early on, and there's the add-on swap for the Metavacs. Metavacs are on the horizon. Third base getting saturated. I'm curious if Sort of once again goes Lair first. Or for double Evo Chamber. I think that's the hope here for Vindicta. Wow, we scout the Marines. We go a big scout here from sort of. You don't see this many Marines without good reason. So he is aware of the 2-1-1. More Queens are on the way. We are going for the lair first. It's going to be lair into Bailey Nest for sort of. And he has time to drone up a little bit further, but should soon be focusing on link production. Third CC's on the way, and here comes the move out for Vindicta. Does come the move out. Is sort of able to drone up to 50 workers, not bad. A healthy drone count. Now focusing on link production. Queens are getting in position as well. And this double drop shouldn't find much damage. But this can lead into an 8-Rax. That's what I have my eyes open for. As we're working with a lot of Marines. Oh my god, we have so many links to respond. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Shut down the double drop. The creep is spreading nicely. We gain access to the right-hand side, taking more gases, soon to be taking a 4th base. There we go, 4th hatchery on the way. Sort of looking solid. And we'll see how many Raxes we get into. Again, this is not a bad map for an 8-Rax if we wanted to go into an all-in. Now rotating over, getting on top of the Queens. Up, Queens are getting low. Ah, we don't quite get them. Bathing speed is on the way, +1 cat base as well. We catch a Queen! We get 1! Not bad. 1 Queen goes down. Overseer as well. Overlord's under fire. Don't quite commit, not yet. Yeah, Bailey's are morphing in. You can see sort of trying to bait out the army. Trying to bait it in even. With a wide shot. Oh! Nice split. Very, very last second split there to sort of. Another Queen goes down. We're getting damage done. This is not a bad trade for Vindicta. At the same time, Lings they hit across the map. We have reinforcements. Vindicta he defends. Migs he defends his 3rd base. Still dropping across the map. Trading well. Picking up. And as the dust does settle, looking at the trades here, we got 46 Lings, 3 Queens, Overlords for 11 Marines. Very nice trade. And the question becomes, do we take a 4th? That's now the question. Do we take a 4th base? Right now, getting up to 5 Raxes. Bailings are waddling in. We're getting a second factory. Okay. We're taking up. We get in! No! The Bailings, they roll into the natural. He does notice. He does pull away. We got 3 SCVs so far. At the same time, we collapse on the Marines. Oh my god, full medevac goes down. Unfortunate there for Vindicta. Loses the full medevac, gets only a Queen, not worth it. But the second factory tells us that we should be taking 2 more gases, and we should be expanding and taking a 4th. So Migs should be just working on the next step, building up. Speaking of, yep, extra gas is being taken. Is being more macro-oriented. And likewise, sort of, is able to drone up and get into his own 4-base setup. We're going for double Hydroden? Okay. I think one of these was meant to be an infestation pit. I'll be honest. I don't think this is intentional here for sort of. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're going for both upgrades at the same time. And there's the infestation pit. Okay, you have my attention. Oh my god. Massive connection on the Link Bane. Once again, big connection. Very solid with mine shots so far. Good trades from the Terran. Meanwhile, Migs, he's going to be able to deflect the initial Link Bane. Does defend. Sort of is keeping up. These have been some rough trades here for sort of. Upgrades are kicking in. We're ready for Hive Tech. Getting ready for Hive Tech. Oh my god, once again, Widowmine shot goes off on the Banelings. Once again, good Widowmine connections. As the Hive is now on the way. But the game is slowing down, and there's that 4CC for Vindicta. Migs is holding his own. You are sort of baiting out the surround, doesn't quite get it. Migs able to pick up, able to get the hell out of there. Behind this, double jump on the south side, and we do get into the mineral line. Drones are going down, Overlord as well. Very nice positioning. Yeah, Migs finally is getting damage done. He avoids the Banelings. Dropping towards the main, dropping towards the third. Sorry, the natural even. Dropping back in, actually. Oh my god. Just pulling sort of apart. Sort of, he can barely keep up, and it looks like he will force the pickup once again. But the drops do continue. Or at least they try to. Whew. As finally things are slowing down a little bit here, but Vindicta does take a supply lead. Oh no! We get a medevac. We get one. Oh my god, we're getting pretty overstimmed as well. Just a little bit. The Liberator does full. Migs trying to hold his own. Ooh. And again, Migs maybe overstaying his welcome a little bit here. I mean, he's still getting a little bit more value. He gets 2 more drone kills, but not much else. Back at home, we're building up. And we're getting ready to move out the Overlords. Oh, this will supply block, sort of. Yeah, the supply block is real. Viper's on the way. Sort of struggling a little bit here, and Vindicta, he does take an army supply lead. I mean, a supply lead in general. And this move out is going to hit like a truck. He might opt to wait for 3-3. Which is still a ways away. But now just going for drop play. Sort of is keeping up. Ooh. Gets a medevac. Oh, he wants it. Doesn't quite get it. And again, even though both players are maxed out, even though Migs had some momentum going his way, he's slowing things down. He's still only focusing on drop play, keeping his main army back at home. Oof. Once again, oh my god, the mine shots! They're brutal! Oof. Yeah, the Widow Mines are insane. We deny an expansion. Is that a kill? That was! That was a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Can we get another? Can we get another base? It's going to be close. No, we don't get it. Good trade nonetheless. On the links. Oh, full medevac goes down. Never mind. Medevac does full. Pushing towards the gold. Sort of is keeping up. Was in the area. Shuts down the Marauders. Marine survives. We get another Queen. Trading well with the Hydras. We're running out of Ling Pain. But likewise, Migs, he's running out of Bio. Running out of Marines. Migs, he's trying to keep the pressure up. That's another kill, by the way. Not a cancel on the hatchery. 3-3 is almost done. And with it kicking in, we should be pushing out. I'm gonna say that, but we're getting into ghost production, into tanks. Nuke is on the way. Migs may still just play out a more turtle-heavy style. What's the plan? Do we push or do we expand? And just slowly take our half of the map? I mean, the upgrade advantage is a good one, but yeah, we're just expanding. taking another base, just securing ourselves. But my shots don't quite go up. And at this point, I mean, the time for drop play has come and gone. Sort of is maxed out. He's keeping up. Nice mind shots once again. And from here, yeah, we got you know what time it is. It's time to pitch the tent, Pappy, because we got some planetaries on the way. We got more CCs on the way. Turrets, sensor towers, fusion core, another starport. We're getting into libs, getting into ghosts. We're just hunkering down. God damn it. I do feel like there were opportunities, especially because Vendetta was trading well. He was dropping well. He was getting value that we could have tried to move out, especially towards the south, not towards the north because there's so much creep. But we could have definitely tried to threaten the goal base and threaten these southern hatcheries. But alas, it's not meant to be. And Mix is playing more defensively. Meanwhile, the Bailings don't trade well. They crash into Marauders. Oh my god. So the best trade from sort of likewise more drones going down. We get 9 drones across the map. Mix fighting back here. Another mine shot. Takes down the Bailings. As target firing, catching some of these Hydras as well. And we do manage to break out. We do take down another base, or at least we try to. We do get it. Hatchery goes down. I mean, again, I appreciate that Vendetta, he's still being as active as possible. He's not pulling like a Maru and just like fully turtling up. Only a half turtle. As Mix is still being active. But he gets punished. We get a ghost. Oh, we get 2. We get, oh, almost 3. Yeah, 3 ghosts go down. We save 1. Likewise, the ghost getting caught out. Meg's going for 2 more nukes. Oh, I had that. As the ghost is cleaned up. Again, I do feel like there's potential here in these southern bases just because there's so little creep spread. And Mix has been applying so much pressure. Bold move going for an orbital, not a planetary at the goal. It's crazy. Ling's attempting to get the surround. Likewise, sort of going for the gold. Doesn't quite commit. I mean, the advantage is, I guess, you can lift the CC. True. Can lift. Instead, going to be fighting for control here in the center of the map. Once again, another massive Widowbite connection. So let's get another mine shot. Gas-wise, we actually have some pretty close trades. Some very close trades gas-wise. Minerals, though, that's another story. We don't have to talk about that. But the nukes are done. Vendetta on a mission. Going for the gold. Ah, but there's detection. Yeah, we shut down the ghost. Sort of going for the gold. Once again, we can lift. We can lift back. And we do manage to get 2 tanks. Not bad. The Ling run by quite successful. Likewise, power bombs go off. We shut down the drop. Oh my god. Barely does escape. Meanwhile, nuke towards the gold. And do we notice in time? Do we notice what's going on? The nuke is coming! Oh, he notices. Would you pull away? The nuke will connect, but not with the drones. Actually, with a couple of them. 7 drones come back a little bit too early. 7 drones go down. The nuke escapes, or the ghost escapes. Another base falls. But we are catching out the army, and this is a lot of ghosts going down. We get 2, we get 3. Ghost getting caught out. Vendetta, he has to be very careful. He's been throwing away or trading out a lot of his bio army. A lot of his units. The ghost still being active. He's attempting to hide. Oh no, we're gonna find it. We find it. Yeah, we have abductions. We have the yoinks. We shut down the Medivacs. The drop is cleaned up. Finally. Sort of securing himself. Vendetta taking another expansion. Again, because Mix has been sticking with this bio-heavy composition, he hasn't really built up a bank. Like, again, he hasn't gone for this kind of mass lib tank ghost composition. He's now working towards it, but it's not something he embraced early on. He could have. He didn't. I appreciate it. You get the gold once again. We catch the ghost. Ghost does fall. Going for a zoning nuke, and it looks like we have noticed these Bailey connections, catching out the libs. Yeah, and you can see that sort of he is accumulating a bank, and Vendetta has been, again, very active and unfortunately very wasteful as well. On the one hand, I appreciate it because Vendetta, he's not going for this kind of slower mech style. On the downside, though, is that, I mean, it means that he's just being out-traded. It means he's just losing too much money. Minerals, gas, all thrown down the drain. As it's taken a little bit too long for Vendetta to really get into this more efficient army. The correct army. We're getting there now, but it does feel too late. As freedom has arrived, better late than never. At the same time, Big Link being counterattack does get the planetary just barely. Planetary goes down. Not many SCVs. Oh my god. That's a lot of freedom. It's a lot of freedom, Pappy. As we're just bullying back the Lurker army. Viper's trying to hold on. We come in for the snipe. We get 1. And we get 2. Both Vipers do fall. And Miggs, he's gaining ground. He might not have a bank, but, I mean, the libs, they're doing well. And now we have Spires on the way. No Corruptors yet. We're relying on Hydras. Not the best form of anti-air. The Spires are still they're almost done, but not yet ready. We have more freedom. The freedom. Getting a Lurker. Another 2, 1 Lurker left. Oh, we're trying to drag the mine shots. Hydra's coming in, collapsing on the main army. A very nice fight from Sword Up. Does trade well, has a bank, and remember, Miggs does not. As we get another Liberator. And we're making 4 libs at a time. The Spires are done. We can get into upgrades. There's nothing for the Lynx to kill. They can get some gas geysers. Oh no! Lynx getting a little bit trapped. Going for the expansion, the base does barely survive. Somehow, the hatchery lives. Migs rotating towards the left-hand side instead, getting another base. Not the most important base for sort of, but a base nonetheless. We'll get it. It's going to be distracting our Zerg player. Dragging them over. Oh my god. Meanwhile, the splits, where are they? No splits, sort of not a bad fight. Takes out the bio. But what I'm concerned by is that sort of is actually burning through his bank. His bank is not as large as it once was. And we're so heavily reliant on Hydra Lurker. But there aren't as many Liberators this time. We can still make this work. The Hydras are stutter stepping forward. There's 1 live left. There's 0 lives left. Try to drag the army within range of the Lurkers. Ooh, a lot of Hydras go down, but the Spine Shots, they pop off. And the Lunkers, they bring down the base. And sort of he breaks the expansion. He's gaining ground. The gold is mining out. This right-hand base mining out as well. Vindicta does have top left. It's a fresh mining base. Does have another expansion. It's keeping him in this. Likewise, sort of running out of resources. Yeah, he needs another base. We need to expand. Oh my god. Stutter stepping forward, catching out some of these libs. Oh my god, but the snipes are brutal. And can we hold on? We barely can. Sort of, he's holding. Barely. Yeah, sort of, he's burned through the bank. No more minerals to work with. And we need to hold on to this base, but it's not going to happen. Yeah, the Lurkers are sniped. It's just Hydra. We barely get the blinding cut. Lings, they trickle in. The mine shots! Ooh. We drag 1 shot in. But it looks like Vindicta, he barely can hold on. Oh my god. And this base is so important here. A fully fresh mining base, untouched for so long. And it belongs to the Terran. So Migs, he can keep up. Meanwhile, sort of, he's running out of steam. He's running out of resources, running out of steam. 1 mineral patch here at the goal base. Nothing left towards the left-hand side, just gas geysers. He needs to get this base up and running as well. If sort of can actually mine through this space and actually saturate, then he can max out. Until then, Vindicta, the Terran, is the first to max. He's taking another base. Meanwhile, a shout out to Megabytes. Thank you so much. Gah, baby, gah. Thank you so much for subscribing. 13 months, over a year. Over a year of support, sort of. He commits. He tries to at least pushing into tank lines, into the bio army. A bit of a desperation move out, but sort of he just does not have enough. He has overextended, and he knew that he did as well. It's all that sort of had left. And Migs, he shuts down the army, and now it's time to claim another base. The boys are being pulled. You hate to see it. The liberation, it's too much. GG gets called. And Vindicta ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. We're going all the way to game number 3. Again, a shout out as well. Once again to 2 Megabytes. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate the support. Do appreciate the support for over a year as well. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. As we are getting ready for the ace match. Oh boy, I know that I said it before that I wanted this to be competitive, but again, coming into this sort of was the heavy favorite. But for Migs to fight back like this, looking good, especially considering his playstyle as well. I mentioned that Migs wasn't turtling up. He was turtling a little bit, getting into some tanks and some libs, but Vindicta instead was going for a very active style, a lot of aggression, a lot of drop play, just a really bio-heavy style, and he was breaking sort of. Impressive. Very impressive. It wasn't clean, it was, you know, back and forth. But impressive nonetheless, and with that, we're going all the way to game number 3. We're going to be loading into Site Delta. Oh. Here we go. Here we go. So you can hear the beeps, and we are loading into that final game. Whew. And this can still go either way. We're going to be loading into a much larger map, though. We're going to be loading into Site Delta. Much larger, less defendable bases. That will impact how our players approach this, I'm sure. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our American Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Swedish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Root Gaming. It is Sordo. He's sort of holding a sort of. Oh no. But a very intense game too between both Vindicta and sort of. But alas, now we're loading into Site Delta again. The bases are a lot more spread out. They're a lot more wide open. They're a lot more vulnerable. And I'm sure both Vindicta and sort of are less prone to embracing a longer game on this map. But we'll see. We shall see. So we're calming things down and settling in. We can see sort of going for a hatch gas pull, standard opener out of our Zerg player. Likewise, Vindicta going for a Rax expand as well. As a reminder, game 2 did start with a 2-1-1 from Vindicta. This time we'll see if he follows suit or if he brings out something a little bit different instead. What's it gonna be? We'll see what the follow-up will be here as the SCV scout is coming in, confirming the hatch first. Mig's just making sure everything's on the up and up, and now we can delay the third base. At least attempt to. SCV's in position, sort of is going for the triangular third instead. Going for another base. The expansion is going to be thrown down, and for the first time this series, sort of his third base is not delayed. Let's go. We're going to delay the third base. Mig's dipping in. Going for the mineral line. Oh, doesn't quite get the drone though. Not quite. Mig's backs off, dropping into the main, dipping into the main even. But last so far, sort of, he's keeping up, he's holding on, it will expand, it will saturate his bases. And behind this, Miggs is going for a factory, not a second Rax. Okay, so last game we had a 2-on-1, this time something more standard. Oh, never mind. Hello. Okay, we are headed into a third. So we headed into a 1-1-1 before the third CC. Let's go. Ah. I didn't hear that. Thank you, NA Hammy, for letting us know. You're getting some love today in the Twitch chat during the EU Cup. Numerous people said your EWC coverage was the best to watch. Just figured you like hearing people enjoyed it. Yeah, that's really nice. Thank you. I know there was some other people covering it. I know Scarlet was covering a lot of it. I'm a little bit jealous. I would have loved to have heard Scarlet's takes on things, but I was like co-streaming at the same time. I think there was Sal, I think Berry Crunch, and some other streamers as well. But yeah, it's nice to hear that people enjoyed it. I appreciate it. Ah, feels good. Feels good. But referring back to the game, 1-1-1. No third CC, very committed play here out of Vindicta. We're rushing into Stim, rushing into Banshee play as well. Cloak is being researched. And Migs is going to be a little more aggressive this time. A little more assertive here in the ace match. The downside of co-streaming is, I did see, I think, was it Steadfast? I think Steadfast, right after the finals of EWC ended, he did a replay cast, and I can't really do a replay cast because I watch the games. Like, if I ever watch like the games live, I typically don't do replay casts, so because I already know what happened, and my co-commentary is already existing out there, so that means less content for us. No replay cast, but glad that people liked it nonetheless. As Hellions are poking in, Lair is on the way. It was a Lair open out of sort of very safe play from our Zerg player. Oh, as we delayed the third base, not bad. We delay the fourth base even. We have Banshees on one end, Hellions on the other. Expansions are denied. So far, so good for Vindicta. But he's looking for more damage. Again, his third base is heavily delayed. Is on the way, but it has been delayed here in favor of this aggression. So far, we're still looking for more damage. Hellions rotating over. Getting on the hatchery. Banshees, they rotate as well. They meet up with the Hellions. We're going for the Queens. Nice catch. We get one. And can we get two? Barely not. And Transfuse is available. We only get the one Queen. Sort of holds. He does sort of hold. God damn it. Oh, can we get? We can! Sort of so cheeky. Gets the Banshee. And here comes a follow-up push. Vindicta again being very assertive here in the follow-up. Stim is done. 1-1 almost completed as well. And Migs is going for a bit of an earlier move out. Very committed as well. And the army is spotted. Ling Bane is amassing. Bailey Speed about to finish up. Just in time. Again, as a reminder, Bailey Speed was prioritized by Sword of this time, instead of upgrades. He's ready for this. Third base is being taken. Sort of trying to catch reinforcements. Getting ready for a surround. We have Lings, we have Bailings, we're ready. Migs trying to reposition. And we're collapsing in! Yeah, sort of, he does commit, he gets on top of the tank, and we can't lift, we can't get the hell out of here. But there's not enough room. And for the most part, we are cleaned up. At the same time, Migs going for another double draw. Still being active. Hitting that northern hatchery. Oh! Dipping in between the bases. So far, sort of, he's able to hold on as well. Does split up his army, shuts down the main push, shuts down the drop play. Sort of with a solid defense. Not sort of this time, but certain. He's certain, Pat. Ah, it's beautiful. He's secure. And Migs, he just keeps doubling down. We're just not stopping. we're just committing to another push. And it makes sense. I imagine here I can wear 5 Raxes. Not 8 yet. But we're still just being so aggressive, so assertive this time. We're done with drop play. It's all about these committed move outs. Clearing up some creep, threading the base, at the same time sort of going for a massive counterattack. The bunker's not ready. And the bunker's not ready. Now Vindicta does evacuate, does get away. And we cannot fight this head on. Sort of, he backs off. Does retreat. Migs maintaining his position. Let's maintain 4 drones going down, but once again we can collapse in. Nice evacuation though. Migs real quick to 1 siege. Keeps his tanks alive. Lib going ham, getting 4 drones. Oh my god, gets away as well. Somehow. Liberator's cleaned up. Vindicta kind of threading a drop into the main. Sort of is in position. Meanwhile, another move out here towards the north as well. Again, Migs is not slowing down, but sort of is maxed out. Attempting to force friendly fire a little bit too early there. Sort of calm down. Oh! Oh my god. Defeated the Widow Mines. So far, good spread here by Migs. Boosting in. Where are we going? We're trying to find out. Going for the main. Uh-oh. Sort of, he evacuated. He's not ready. Sort of. Oh no. He moved out. And this drop is unscouted. Yeah, very nice position. Hiding here by Migs. Lings they come in from behind. We still get on top of the tanks. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. The drop was looking solid, but sort of he shuts it down. Feeds up the tanks. Doesn't trade too well here towards the north though. Regardless, he can focus on the main push. The Metamax! Oh! They run into the Hydras. Not like this! The Hydra shuts down the drops and sort of is maxed out, and now we can start pushing. Now we can be the aggressor. Sort of, he's had enough defending. It's time to move out across the map. Meanwhile, Migs is trying to establish his 4th base. He's expanding. Sort of does spot it. Is aware. Do we have any Vipers? 2 Vipers. Hive is done. We have Hive Tech on the way. Lunkers, Lurker upgrades as well. And as we distract the main army, sort of is going for the 3rd. Oh my god! Nice spread. Mines just go up. Oh, the 3rd base is held. Migs, he's holding his own. Oh, but we don't have Ghosts. The Ghost Tech is not ready. Ghost just now on the way. The Ghost Academy. It just began. And we don't have the answers to the Lurkers. Likewise, it's barely anything at this 3rd base. I was impressed that we defended earlier. But now sort of is focusing. Does focus his attention on the base. Tank goes down. Bunker as well. And we get 9 SCVs. And I sort of can focus towards the south. Ooh, big mine connection. We get a Lurker. The Lunker, Vindicta, he's trying to turtle up, trying to hold on. But again, we mentioned before that these bases are so wide open. It's not easy to defend, not easy to turtle. He's going for another move out. He's gonna run into the Zerg army though. There's not much we can really do here. And if he trades too poorly, we can chase this all the way to the base. Oh. Yeah, we can go all the way. It's a tank on the high ground. You can see sort of getting ready behind the main army of Vindicta. Oh. Okay. we saved the tank. Got picked up. We deny the expansion. Mig stuck on 3 bases. Tank gets yoinked. Likewise, Lib is going to be going down as well. And makes the supply blocked. Oh, that's brutal. We're just waiting to see how sort of does approach this. Gonna get some workers across the map. Likewise, lurkers popping up. Nice snipes. We get the lunkers. Sort of getting ready for a surround. He's coming a little bit too soon though. Mine shots are going off. We come in from behind. And we get some decent connections. We don't get the surround we were hoping for, but a nice engage nonetheless. Sort of just maintaining a supply lead. And Migs just can't get much done. Do we have ghosts yet? We have a handful of ghosts. We have some. 6 ghosts on the map. The base looking very exposed, very vulnerable. There's a planetary, yes, but not much else. Not much more than that. The ghost is zoned away. The base falls. And Migs has run out of steam. I mean, he ran out of steam a while ago. He was taking a different approach on side Delta, but alas, it just didn't work out well for him. The move-outs and the pushes from Migs just didn't get enough done. There was potential with the drop into the main, but I mean, we saw how that worked out. Did fall in its face. And with that, GG gets called. Sort of will take the series 2-1. Will shut Migs down and will advance on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Sort of. He will claim the series, but a shout out to Migs because he made a series out of it. We went all the way to the ace match. Migs was able to really get into his own in game 2. Even in game 1, there was a good moment on Oceanborn where Migs was able to pose a threat to Sort of and almost brought him down there as well. GG, well played. Sort of will advance on, and Vindicta will bow out here in the quarterfinals, but regardless, a solid series nonetheless. Sorry, in the round of 16, but a solid series nonetheless. GG, well played. Well played. Well played. Oh. And with that, we have to figure out what's been going on, because that was a long series. That was a long one, Papi. That was a long one. There was a lot going on. GG, well played. Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's catch up on all these updates. There's a lot of updates. Okay, Trigger was waiting in the quarterfinals, and Trigger is now facing off against Honmono. Honmono takes down Epic 2-1. Now we have the two of them facing off in the quarterfinals to advance on to the semis. Best of luck. Trigger is still the heavy favorite, but Honmono is an animal and can threaten Trigger. Scrolling down, we have Rebellion. Rebellion takes down Fox 2-0. Fox takes down Meowdoom. And Rebellion does advance on to the quarterfinals to face off against Nicaract, as Nicaract took down Inexorable and Luciano. Again, Nicaract is a favorite to make it to the semis. Best of luck to Rebellion to try to stop it. Best of luck in that TVP. Scrolling down, we have our series. Sort of makes it to the next round to face off against Silky, the Chinese Zerg player, in a ZVZ. That is our next series. We try to avoid mirror matchups. We try as best we can. We do our best. Or to find this. But it is going to be that ZVZ between Sort of and Silky. It's going to be a hard one to call. We'll see where it takes us. Meanwhile, a shout out to Migs. Miguelito, papi. Papi, GG, well played. You played well, papi. You played well. Making it to the ace match. And again, even in game 1, you almost broke him. You almost got it, papi. You almost got it. GG, well played. Scrolling down, we have our lower quarterfinals match. Geralt takes down Trap. Impressive. Geralt takes down Trap 2-0, and now is now up against Mute in the quarterfinals, as Mute took down Greener 2-0 as well. So we have all the quarterfinals matches underway. The quarterfinals are underway, and we have our series. Again, we're going to be following sort of into the next round. Until then, looks like vetoes are underway. So we are just patiently waiting for that to wrap up, and once they are done, we can jump into our next series. Just catching up in the chat. I returned to watching SC2 again at the start of EWC. You made it very easy to follow and entertaining as well. Thank you, Sleazy, thank you. Gracias. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes. Shout out Vindicta. But for now, we are going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have Soda versus Silky in the quarterfinals. The vetoes are just underway, and once they're done, we can jump in. Meanwhile, a shout out to the other casters out there that are covering other series. I believe Dave Testa is covering Rebellion versus Nicaract, and I believe Steadfast is covering Trigger versus Honmono. So plenty of other matches going on, plenty of other coverages out there as well. We are focusing on following, sort of at least. Oh, and the vetoes are done. Okay, looks like we don't need a break. Maybe, yeah. Okay, no break required as the vetoes have concluded, and we're jumping into our ZVZ. Let's go. It's going to be an intense one, and we'll most likely follow this into the lower semifinals. We'll just focus our attention on this portion of the bracket. Most likely leading into Geralt. Most likely. Esther Ryan. Here we go. And spawning in the top right hand corner of our Kiana, we have our Chinese Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing, I think he's on a new team. Am I crazy? On a new team, I'm pretty sure. It is Silky. He's on Super Kitty. God damn it. Shaking my head. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Swedish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Root Gaming. It is Sort of. Here we go. Are settling in. I see in the chat. How did you like co-casting? I liked co-streaming. If you're referring to the co-stream of EWC, it was a lot of fun. I took a different approach. I did co-stream a little bit of DreamHack Dallas, if you remember. I did, no, sorry, it wasn't Dallas. It was Atlanta. I co-streamed a little bit of DreamHack Atlanta, and I wasn't too fond of it. I think like I took a different approach. I was like, basically, I was just trying to cast. I was just trying to like cast it all instead. For EWC, it was more of like a viewing party. Like it was a little bit more laid back. I would like add something or jump in whenever I needed to, but for the most part we just, you know, took a more laid back approach to it, to enjoy the stream and enjoy the coverage and enjoy the production and have a good time. So yeah, I just approached it a little bit differently, and it was a lot of fun. It was good. I enjoyed it. Did enjoy it. There were obviously things that I wasn't quite fond of, like, you know, the losers interviews, for example, for EWC and stuff like that. But for the most part, it was really good. The downside is that we did miss the B stream matches. The B stream was going on at the same time, and those are matches that we did miss out on. So that was a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, overall it was a good time. It ruined my sleep schedule. it destroyed me, Bob. It destroyed me. Oh my god. For a full week, I was like waking up at like 7 p.m. and going to bed at like 7 a.m. It was not good. But I was able to have a good night's rest today, and for the most part, I'm resetting my sleep schedule, and we're looking good. We're good. We're okay. We've recovered. we're used to being degens, so it's all good. It's all good. But our predictions are now closed. Also, we just got an update in the chat. Geralt did win the series against Mute. So Geralt is in the semifinals, waiting for the win of the series, so we know where we're going. Behind this, Hatchgas pull into a third base, Silky going for a standard opener, likewise so is Sort of. Both players are going for the Bailey Nest, no one is skipping, no one is going into roaches, no one is doing anything crazy yet. We're calming things down, we're settling in. But yeah, I guess if they have co-streaming for a future event, then I'll try to jump on it again. I'll try to jump on it. It's a really good way to force myself to watch the games as well. Usually whenever there's like a big event like a DreamHack Atlanta or DreamHack Dallas or something like that, I usually watch like maybe the final day, maybe a little bit of like the early hours of each day. But I usually like sleep because it's at an awful time in Australia, so I usually just go to bed. But it's a good way to like force myself to embrace it all and to watch it all. In that sense, it's good. A good way to enjoy it. Meanwhile, we're just going to be saturating our bases, getting to our third base. Again, there's no kind of major aggression from either player. Roach Warren has been thrown down behind the natural base of Silky, so we're going to be rushing to those roaches. I say that, sort of's Roach Warren is a little bit earlier. Silky's is hidden from his opponent. So sort of does have a little bit of, I was going to say incomplete information, but he scattered it. He's aware. Sort of is aware. Is making a safety amount of roaches back at home just to be secure. Now, the upside for Silky is the upgrades. +1 Carapace is on the way, and Carapace is usually indicative of an all-in, of a big, like, 2 base, maybe 2.5 base timing with Ravagers and Lings. It is a bit of a solar build, if you will. So it does seem to be the case for Silky. For now, though, he is saturating his bases. He is droning up. Likewise, sort of quick to scouts. He does spot the roaches. Lair is on the way. Okay, with the lair being produced and with gases being taken, it looks like Silky might just drone up. Meanwhile, sort of, he does poke in with a handful of roaches. And it looks like he will find some damage here. We pick up a couple of Lings. We go for the Queen. Queen will survive. Behind this, we're droning up. Like, sort of is not going all in, but he does find some nice damage, but will bleed out a roach. Oof, that was 4 Lings for 1 roach. That was a better trade for Silky. Sort of being a little bit cheeky, but doesn't find much damage. Bailing is waddling in, but again, we have roaches in position, and the Bailing shouldn't get much done. Does waddle away. Oh my god, and Silky is reacting quite hard to this. Spine Crawler was thrown down, more roaches amassing as well. Silky cutting works at 57, but here comes the push. Silky, sure, he has the lair, but that's for roach speed, and +1 Carapace is about to finish up, and Silky's getting ready for a move out. He's getting ready for his own aggression. Now, back at home, sort of getting into +1 range, is massing up his own roaches. Sort of did get away with a high drone count, is going for the goal base as well. Sort of is looking pretty secure. Sort of is ahead in economy, but he's down in army. And he needs to make roaches, and nothing but roaches. And that's what he's doing. As long as, I mean, sort of did basically max out on drones. Like 65 workers, you don't want more than that. And here comes the move out of Silky. And sort of, can we hold, can we survive? Because this is going to hit like a truck. How many roaches? 26 roaches against 20 for Sort of. Again, Sort of is not too far behind. Needs a couple more seconds to build up. Does engage out on the map. Roach speed about to kick in for Silky. Is almost done. Silky is going to be able to push it. Oh! Zoning away the army. At the same time, roaches, they do trickle into the natural. They're trying to catch Sort of distracted, and we do get a bit of concave. It's Silky collapsing on Sort of. The biles, it will not connect. But Sort of, he's up against the wall. He bleeds out a lot of Roach Ravager. And Sort of, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble again. That was not the fight he was hoping for. He was caught out on the map. Reinforcements are on the way, but it's a little bit too late. And no Spine Crawler. Silky's catching Sort of off guard. Catching him with his pants down, and it looks like Silky is breaking through. And he's barely able to break through again. It was just not the ideal fight. GG gets called, and Silky will take game number 1. GG. A very decisive blow there out of Silky to move out when he did. Again, Silky had cut workers far earlier than Sort of. Sort of was a little bit more greedy. And unfortunately, it looks like Sort of didn't realize how committed Silky was. Otherwise, we would have seen spine crawlers behind the spine crawlers at the natural spine crawlers at the third base. And again, being caught out in the open like that was brutal. It was a rough fight for Sort of. Being caught on the low ground up against the wall, he just couldn't kite back. He couldn't fall back to his reinforcements. And he was pinned. GG. GG, well played. With that, Silky takes the lead. And we'll see if Sort of can bounce back. The pressure is on. And we're jumping into game 2. Gonna be on Oceanborn. Let's go. Let us go. Are going to be loading into Oceanborn. And I don't expect this to be a long series. I'll be honest. It's going to be quick. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our Chinese Zerg player, the best Zerg player in all of China, representing his new team, Super Kitty. Leading the series 1-0. It is Silky. The Super Kitty himself. God damn it. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Swedish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Root Gaming. It is Sort of. Likewise, the early +1 carapace timing did kick in for that move out as well for Silky. Before +1 range was able to really come into full fruition for Sort of. And it was a very strong timing from the red Zerg. We'll see if Sort of can bounce back. I'm hoping he can. I'm hoping for a full series. I'm hoping for a game 3. But now, Hatch first. Hatch opener here out of Sort of. Silky as well. We are going for standard openers, at least initially. We'll keep an eye on whether or not they throw down the baleen nest, whether they skip it, likewise whether they even take their third base, and whether they tech up a little bit faster as well. Into that fast +1 carapace again, or into a fast Roach Warren. For now, Hatch gas pool. We're calming down. Are going to be calming things down here. As we do have standard openers all around. And if we did want to be aggressive, it's not going to be for another couple of minutes here. Not going to be until we do settle into our 2 base economies. See in the chat. ¿Siguen manejando el español? Sí, papi, sí. Te maneo. Siempre. Shaking my head. Snowlings are moving out. I don't think we've ever banned people for speaking Spanish. But this is predominantly an English stream. Predominantly English, as a heads up. As our baleen nests are on the way, third base is being taken as well. Again, just calming or just easing away into the mid game. Neither player is staying on 2 bases. Neither player is playing 2 base Roach. Everything's looking as it should. Smurge. Smurge in the chat. Ooh, as Silky does go for a very early Roach Warren hidden behind the natural base. Okay. Fast Roach Warren out of Silky. Sort of is currently in the dark. once Link Speed kicks in, sort of can go for the scout. Speaking of, things are moving out across the map. Likewise, Silky doing the same. Silky flooding Lings! Oh my god! That's a lot of Lings on the way. Silky cutting workers at 28, and he wants to break down this third base and follow up with a Roach push, with the Roach timing. The pressure is on. Sort of does get into the main. Bailey's are morphed in. And the Bailey's day up! Will not connect. We get an okay connection on 4 of those Lings. Likewise, sort of, he does not see the Roach Warren. Ooh, he's in the dark. Yeah, sort of, he does not know, and Roaches are amassing. Silky's going for the kill. Silky looking to end it here and now. As he is amassing Roaches, and sort of is still droning. Oh, he doesn't know. Sort of is still droning up. The Lings, they catch a Queen. Queen goes down. Bailing as well. Lings, they bust into the main base, and the Roaches are spotted. Now sort of knows, but it's too late. He is amassing Roaches. Does defend the main. But again, Silky has a lot of momentum on his side. He's up in army supply. Sort of, he needs to pull off a miracle defense. The Queens are coming forward. We might have to pull some boys. Bailings are on the way as well. Let's see if sort of can pull this off. As here comes the main army of Silky. I mean, the Bailing's going to be crucial here for sort of. Bailing's at 1 ling in. Up. Oh, the Bailey, they crash into the Roaches. One nice Bailing connection. Very nice connection here from sort of. But despite that, Silky is still breaking through. Just, oh, we do have reinforcements on the way. We have more Lings in production. But Silky's flooding across the map, getting himself the Roaches. The Queens are going down. The boys are going to be pulled. Some Lings are being caught up. Roach is getting surrounded. Sort of, he's holding. He surrounds. Sort of, he barely gets some of the Roaches as well. And it looks like sort of will survive this. It was a close defense. It was close, but it looks like with the defense's advantage, sort of is going to be okay. I say that, there's still a lot of Lings though. We get a surround. With the Ling flood, does Silky have enough? It's going to be close, but he gets another Roach. Another 2 Roaches even. Oh, they're so low. He does get them. He gets 3 Roaches. Behind the Silky drones. He's now starting to drone up. But Silky is behind in the worker count. Silky did damage, but not enough. That was 82 Lings. Oh my god. It's 82 Lings going down. Silky now droning. He's posturing outside of the bases, but really is hoping to force an overreaction. As he does poke in. But again, he has no intention to commit. So Silky just puffing up his chest. Behind this, droning. So it's sort of. But sort of did invest quite heavily into this Roach army. Now going for his own move out. Your Spine Crawler's on the way. Bearing in mind that sort of this is kind of another fake push. I say kind of because he can still slip in. He's going for the Queen. Nice pickup. Oh my, the Queen survives! Somehow! The Queen does live. You can see sort of poke in and then get the hell out of here. He has no intention of sticking around. Sort of will retreat, and these Spine Crawlers are a big overreaction. Because there's nothing coming. So very nice to move that out of sort of. Now the question becomes, does Silky all in? Lair's on the way. It's a late Lair for Silky. But it is in production. Likewise, Silky getting into +1 range. Sort of back at home, still droning up. Sort of does have the economic advantage. And Silky is behind. Silky is all in, did fail. And it is looking a little bit bleak for Silky. Now we could try to rush into like a Spire when the lair is done to get into Mutatech. Or go for another all-in and hope that sort of is too greedy. But for the most part, sort of he's gotten away with this and he can take a 4th base and drone up a little bit further from there. Sort of he's looking solid. He's looking good. This is awful. Some would say he sort of survived it. You're all animals in the chat. You're... God damn it. He's sort of held. He's sort of ahead. True. Sort of. God damn. No. We can never cast sort of again. It's not gonna happen. It can't happen. Not anymore. You've ruined it, Pap. You've ruined it. There's too many puns. Too many. Oh no. With this sort of taking a fourth base, sort of has droned up a little bit further, and it comes down to Silky's move out. Silky is all in. Here we go. Drone up to just under 3-way saturation. That's a hefty Roach army. Rocks are being knocked down. Looking at the Unisab here. He is up in Roaches. And can Silky pull this off? Sort of is keeping up. Army's being active. Link drop towards the left hand side, but sort of he does spot this. He will defend. At the same time, pushing in towards that fourth. Likewise, sort of is keeping up with him. We have Burrow on the way, Tunneling Claws on the way as well. Silky getting his fourth base. Still on a lower gas count. Ooh, and does take some Banelings to the face. Banelings? Vials. You know what I mean. Does take some vials. Meanwhile, a massive Bailing drop here across the map. We do get the mineral line. Drones are going down. And Silky does supermax. Does make a larger army. Spire's on the way for sort of. Meanwhile, Silky is going into Tunneling Claw Roaches. Will have potential. Another Roach run by. Silky does spot it, is aware. He's keeping up. Going for his own rush, going for his own run by. For intercept. And now we have Burrow. They're coming in. The Tunneling Claw Roaches, they are making their way in at the same time. Sort of, he just dives into the natural, doesn't care. Roach is the natural, Roach is the main. And we keep up with that main counterattack. Oh my god, we spot the Tunneling Claw Roaches. We shut them down. We shut some of them down. We have another group on the right-hand side. Making their way into the third. No Spore. And we have Roaches being set up. But again, Silky is down in economy, down in drones. Roaches, they pop out at the third base. They're popping out in the main. God, it's being so annoying with these Tunneling Claw Roaches, and then we're pushing right down mid. And can Silky pull sort of apart? Sort of. For now, we're going to be holding on. The Spine Cooler coming into play. Soul defense here from sort of. Upgrades are even. And amidst all this, the Roaches that go into town in the main, but here come the Mutas. Yeah, the Mutas have arrived. The Mutas are here. Force back the Roaches. Likewise, Silky taking it to Hydras. The Miles! Oh my god. They connect. For both players. Hydra Tech's on the way. Silky going for another run by. We can see Silky falling behind in supply. A lot of this comes down to his economy. Like Silky, he hasn't re-droned. He's still on a very low worker count. 47 drones, that's all he has. And the Mutas, they catch out to the Ravagers. And Queen's going down, and Ravagers going down as well. Silky's so committed with this counterattack, but we have an army back at home. And we have Roaches. Sort of turns around, the Mutas are still wreaking havoc. Getting more Hydras, getting more Queens. Again, these Roaches are being so annoying. They're getting into the main. But honestly, Silky's running out of steam. He might clean up these mutas, but at this point, it doesn't really matter too much. If Silky had a Lurker Den, it'd be a different story, but there is no Lurker Den. It's only Hydra and Roach. Only Roach Hydra for Silky. And Silky's being outscaled at this point. The mutas are still up and running. They're still posing a threat. Still being as annoying as possible. And here we go, sort of is moving out. This time with Banelings, it's going to be its answer to the Hydras. Honestly, he doesn't even need them. Roach Ravager is going to be good enough, but the Banelings are crashing in. Oh my god, massive connections. GG gets called and sort of will tie the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. We're going all the way to game number 3 here. Again, Silky did commit to an all-in earlier, but it wasn't enough. Sort of did hold, did defend, and from that moment did take a lead, and the pressure was on Silky to somehow bounce back. Alas, wasn't able to, did bank a lot on the Tunneling Claw Roaches, but time and time again he was caught out. Likewise, Silky also had a hard time defending against the vanilla Roach counterattacks and even Baneling drops as well. It was just a little bit too much to handle, and with that, we're going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going all the way to that final game. And we'll see how this story ends. Oh boy. So here we go, we're jumping into our next game. So getting into the ace match is going to be on Goldenora. Let's go. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Goldenora, we have our Swedish Zerg player, the Red Zerg. Oh my god, not Swedish, Chinese. The Chinese Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Super Kitty, being forced into the ace match, into game 3. It is Silky. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Swedish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Root Gaming, tying up the series, forcing the ace match. It is sort of. Go. We go. As we are going to be settling in, and again, we saw some failed aggression out of Silky in game number 2, so I imagine we're going to be calming down, at least from Silky's side. I feel like now is the time for Sort of to shine here with his own aggression. If you want to try to catch Silky off guard. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard openers, but we'll keep our eyes on Sort of to see if he does want to try to spice things up here. We go. So we are going to settle in. Gas being saturated. And we'll see if we do embrace that earlier Roach Warren from the side of Silky or Sort of. We'll see. Yeah. Honestly, the series could go either way. I think I do favor Silky, but the only reason why I'm saying that is because Silky has been competing a little bit longer. Did actually retire himself for a while, actually, but did come back in not soon thereafter, representing, of course, the Starving Camels for a while. Into, I think, Mystery Gaming for a little bit as well. Now on Super Kitty. Ah, he's super. Really what we're getting out of this is we need to see sort of competing in WTL next season. That's what we're getting out of this. Would be nice, would be nice. We need some more sort of. Third base is being taken. Nothing crazy so far. Silky is known for being a more aggressive player, but he's shown us, different facets so far this series. Shown us some macros, some aggression, some all-ins. Mailiness is thrown down. No one is skipping tech. And we'll see when and where we throw down the Roach Warren, if at all. We shall see. As we have Silky making the first move, that's going to be 14 lings on the way. That's a lot of lings. So Silky going to be doubling down. His goal here is to try to break the third base and catch a sort of with his pants down. Silky, once again, despite the failed aggression in game number 2, we commit. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Bailings are morphing in across the map. We have 2 Bailings on the left-hand side. We have 2 Bailings here on the right. 4 Bailings in total. And we're going for a ling flood. We're going for a bust. Lings are spotted. Sort of does spot the lings, but doesn't matter. Is it enough? He's walling up. He's trying to wall off. The army is spotted. The third base does finish. And we need some juicy Bailing connections. We have 3 Bailings. And, 2 of them go down. There's 1 Bailing left. So far, not amazing. Another Bailing does fall. And it looks like we will get the base. Looks like the hatchery will crumble. Oh my god, once again, not the best connections. As Silky does outtrade sort of. Behind this, we're droning. We're droning up, and now the pressure is on sort of. Now it's time to counterattack and bring down the third base of Silky. We'll see if he can. Lings are putting across the map. The Bailings. Oh no! Oh, we catch out sort of. Big connections. Oh, we do catch out sort of in the middle of the map. Likewise, we're running out of lings, running out of steam. And we have 1 Bailing left. 3 more morphing in. Oh my god, we catch out Silky. Oh my god. We do catch out. We get a queen. We get another queen as well. Decent connections. We have 1 Bailing remaining. And we're making our way towards the mineral line, towards those drones. And can we connect? Decent connection. We get 2 drones. 2 workers go down. But the third base is still up and running. And sort of. Still needs a little bit more time. Does need some more time. Roach is building up. Silky, he's committed. Silky did not drone, by the way. He's still on 34 workers. He's moving out with everything he has. Roaches, lings, banelings. Sort of, can he hold on? No spine crawlers, just queens. We'll have the defense advantage. The Roach army is spotted. Silky is now droning. Again, both players being so fluid here, and lings to get in. They slip in. Sort of a little bit inattentive. He sort of wasn't looking. Queen goes down. Oh, not the best connections here with the Bailings either. Not the best trades. As Silky does hit the third base. But sort of is ready this time. Sort of. In position. At the third. Droning up. Both players are droning. Both players are calming down. Sort of is the first to invest into +1 range. Meanwhile, Silky is slightly faster with the lair timing. Not the biggest of deals though. Again, sort of will have that upgrade window. Whereas Silky is going to be behind in those upgrades slightly. Only by a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, we catch a Roach. We get 1. Just the 1. Silky just made a wave of Overlords. Do you know what that means? Silky, we're not droning. We're droning up to 48. No more workers. That massive wave of Overlords is a big sign here for Silky. He's going for a massive all-in off of 48 drones. And if sort of drones up too much... Oh, wait. Never mind. We're droning. Silky, calm down. Never mind. We were committing to heavy roaches, but now we're droning. Now we're taking gases. We're going for a Dropper Lord here on the right-hand side, but we are macroing, which means Sort of is ahead. The earlier drones for Sort of is paying off so much more than that of Silky. As Silky did make an extra wave of roaches and isn't really making use of it. So Sort of in a better position. Meanwhile, Silky catching up. The Dropper does have potential. True. 2 Banelings. Second Dropper as well. Third Dropper. That's a lot of Dropper. My god. Sort of, will we spot this?
Under attack.
Going for a full scout, making sure there's no Spire. Dropper is spotted. At least one of them. And Sort of, it looks like he hasn't noticed yet. I mean, it's empty, thankfully. So, there's nothing to respond to. I love this, though. It looks like we have some fake Dropper from Silky. There's 2 fake ones and 1 real one. And do we get in? Dropper are moving forward. Main army as well. Moving out towards the left-hand side. That feeling when you move out with a fake Dropper to force an overreaction and sort of just he doesn't react. He just misses it. Smooch is keeping some supply back at home. At the same time, Sort of going for the 4th. Gonna knock it down. Roach is moving out. Sort of is gonna commit, but alas, Silky's in position. And Silky will defend at the same time. We drop here at the natural. Not in the mineral line. The Banelings, they connect with the Queen, not with the drones. So not the best connection. At the same time, ooh, the 4th base goes down. Sort of, he's gaining ground. Knocks down the 4th. Back at home, he's defending. Yeah, with reinforcements, Sort of, he will hold. Yeah, Sort of, he knocks down the 4th base of Silky. He saves his own. At the same time, Sort of, he keeps on pushing. Reinforcements on the way. Sort of, he's committing. Meanwhile, Silky going for the Spire. Oh my god, he's crazy. I don't think we can afford it. Spire is on the way, Sort of coming in from behind. They're getting a surround on Silky. Likewise, who surrounds who? Roaches are popping out. Silky does have the defender's advantage, but it looks like Sort of just barely has too much. The boys are being pulled. And Silky, he will hold. He forces back the army. He does reinforce just in time. And Sort of, he should be forced back. I mean, I say that though. Decent Baneling connections. We get the Ravagers. Very nicely done. Yeah, Silky does hold. The Spire is done, but we couldn't make any mutas. We didn't have the money for it. And it looks like Sort of he's done it. It looks like he's broken the back of Silky. The Spire, it's not going to come into play. More Ravagers in production. Silky attempting to re-expand. Sort of happily mining on his 4th. No full saturation, but enough. And now we have mutas, but it's too late. There's just so much Roach Ravager. Sort of, he stumbled in the beginning of the series. He stumbled in game 1. But in game 2 and here in game 3, Sort of, he's doing it. He's doing it, Pat. The mutas are revealed. Sort of has time to respond. Meanwhile, he's pushing in. Trying to force his way into the 3rd. Getting some of the roaches, the vials. They don't quite connect, but they force back the army. And we're pushing in. The vials, oh, they're going to be connected with the drones. The mutas are putting in a lot of work. But we're still breaking through. And this is the problem here. The mutas will eventually clean this up, but by the time they do, what about the workers? What about the drones? What about the mineral line? Ooh. As Banelings are connecting, and the Hydrogen is done. Sort of is being cleaned up, but behind this we have roaches on the way. We have the Hydrogen finishing up in the main base. The mutas have a lot of work to do. Now we have anti-air. I also appreciate that we didn't overmake Hydras yet. Again, roaches are a little bit more important early on. Now into Hydra production. How many Hydras do we have? Not many. Oh. It's a little bit concerning. We need Hydras. Do you need them? Spores are finishing up. We have a spore in each mineral line. Overlords are being called out. This will supply block, sort of. Silky is getting ready for a counterattack on the right-hand side, but sort of is in position. Sort of, he does engage. Does shut down the push. At the same time, the mutas are revealed. And we should have enough Hydras back at home. Again, Silky is attempting to stabilize, is redroning, getting up to a decent worker count. And the Hydras have potential. Oh, sorry, the mutas have potential, but the Hydras have amassed. We do catch 2 Hydras, though. Not bad. Catching a 3rd Hydra. Some decent pickoffs. At the same time, the main army pushing through the center, forcing back reinforcements, but sort of, he gets across the map. He's getting on top of the base. The 4th is not going to finish. Yeah, we're getting on top of the reinforcements. Even if we catch all these Hydras, it's not going to matter. The Hydras are going down, but there are just so many more roaches on the ground here, and not enough mutas. As we chase back the army, we're pushing in between the natural and the 3rd. We're going for the mineral lines. We're going for the economy. And as long as we have enough Hydras back at home, we'll be fine. We will be able to hold our own. Drones being evacuated. They're being sent to the 4th base. We still have a roach army for Silky, somewhat. But everything is on fire. Everything is flashing red. Or just flashing, I guess. He is red. And looking at the units tab, we have how many? We have 12 roaches, 18 mutas. I mean, the muta count is quite healthy. The problem here is that we have 8 Hydras and counting. More spores on the way. Again, the only way we lose this game is against the mutas. It's the only way we lose. The transfuse! We barely keep the Hydras alive. The transfuses are clutch, and we shut down so many mutas in the process. The spores are done as well. We're down to 3 mutas. Again, clutch transfuse. GG gets called, and sort of will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations, sort of will claim the series. Again, he struggled in the first game, but was able to bring it all the way back in game 2 and in game 3. And he brings Silky down. GG, well played. Well played. Congratulations here. Sort of will claim the series. Will knock Silky out of the tournament and make it into those semifinals. Sort of is in the money. Let's go. And I believe sort of has an opponent. He has an opponent ready and waiting. Let's quickly have a look at the bracket and figure out where exactly we are and where we're headed. Let's go. Will it quickly refresh? And from the top, we have Honmono. Oh my god, the most honorable of honorables. He takes down Trigger 2-1. He's an animal. Honmono is a very aggressive player. He's very cheesy in this matchup, and Honmono brings Trigger down 2-1. A big upset, massive result for Honmono. And with that, he's up against Nicaract in a TBT. He is now up against Nicaract in the upper semifinals. An insane series. And an insane upset for Trigger to be knocked out. Very nicely done here by Honmono. Scrolling down, we have our series. Sort of advances on into the semifinals, and he's going to be facing off against Geralt in those semis. So I believe Steadfast and Dave are covering the upper semis. We will cover the lower semis. We're locked in. We are going to be locked in. Just need a moment to set up. To set ourselves up and get things ready. Okay. Oh boy, again, I would have loved to have been there for Trigger versus Honmono. I'm sure it would have been a very entertaining series, a very entertaining match, but alas, we did miss it, unfortunately. But it's okay, we have our own matches that we have been following, and the ZVP between Sort of and Geralt is going to be a solid one as well, I'm sure. Just slipping into those DMs and making sure that we don't get left behind. For now, it looks like we are going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we will have our semis. And we will most likely follow this series into the finals. It looks like we won't be able to... It looks like we won't be able to cover the upper semis. So, yeah, it looks like we're almost done. Semis into the grand finals. 2 series remaining here in this week's ESL Open Americas Cup, and we might have a new champion. I could be mistaken, but I believe none of the players that are currently duking it out have made it to the finals before. I don't think we've had or have won a tournament, won in ESL Americas before. I'm sure Geralt has gotten close, I guarantee that, but I don't think he's been an ESL Americas champion. We'll have to confirm though. Likewise, Homono hasn't. Nickrat and Sort of, I don't think they've gotten one of these weeklies under their belts, so this is going to be a big win for any of these 4 players. We're going to have a new champion. I'm making an assumption though, so let me just quickly double check. I want to make sure that Geralt hasn't won one of these before, but it's hard to say. Let's see, overview. Let's see here. In the history of ESL Americas, we've had a lot of winners. And, my apologies, Geralt has won one of these before. Okay. Okay. Never mind. Geralt, he won, okay, back in 2020, no, hold on. Not quite 20, there we go. Back in 2021, okay, back in 2021, in March of 2021, Geralt did win an ESL Open Cup Americas against Max Pax. That was the only time that Geralt has won an ESL Americas was back many years ago against Max Pax of all players. Very impressive. That was ESL Open Cup Americas number 60. Wow, okay. So we do have one ex-champion, but I believe the others have never quite made it or have never quite taken a championship themselves. So we could have a new champion. We could. Or a returning champion. For now, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have our next series. We will have our semifinals. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of ESL Open Cup Americas number 241. That's a lot of Open Cups, that's a lot of ESL Americas, and we are here to determine our first finalist of the tournament of the night. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Swedish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Root Gaming. It is Zordov. Let's go. Oh boy, it's been a pretty long event so far. I mean, I say long event. It's been 3 hours. It's been a solid tournament so far, solid turnout as well. We've had some ups, we've had some downs, and sort of has been having a pretty deep run here. Did go all the way to the ace match against both Vindicta and against Silky, but has made his way to the semifinals. And how does he compare to a Protoss? What I'm getting at is we've seen sort of against Zerg, we've seen him against Terran, but what about Protoss? What about Geralt? As again, Geralt, he is the only one of the top 4 that has actually won an ESL Open Cup Americas in the past. We did look it up. It did occur back in 2021, so it's been a couple of years. It's been a couple of years since Geralt has claimed a victory here or claimed a win in ESL Americas, but he has that experience, he has that behind him. None of the other semi-finalists have that. Oh boy. So we'll see if anyone can bring Geralt down, as he's the favorite coming into the top 4. For now, being as annoying as possible. Stealing those minerals, at least attempting to disrupt the mining in the main base. Meanwhile, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. They're about to close, actually, so make sure you get your Gamba going while you can, as the predictions will close up right about now. Oh boy. But now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener. Is going to be a standard opener here out of sort of is forced to take the unnatural natural, but outside of that is settling in. And meanwhile, across the map, Geralt going for his own setup, going for his own gate expanded to Cybercore, standard opener out of our Protoss player. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild yet. Yes, sort of is forced to be a little bit more uncomfortable, but outside of that, everything is looking as it should. And there it is, we have our Stargate on the way. Is going to be a Stargate opener out of Geralt. Is going to be a standard start here. The Stargate is for Oracle production, to get across the map, to get some harassment, to get some scouting information, to keep an eye on sort of, and to safely expand and get a third base. Assuming it's an Oracle, it could be a Void Ray opener. True, could be Void Ray. But based on the rally, it should be the Oracle here for Geralt. As the initial Adept is moving out, and the Overlord likewise pokes in to get an eye on those Adepts. Does spot the move out as well. And again, sort of is caught in between his bases. We'll see if he can protect those mineral lines. Lings have arrived. So far, so good. The drones are kept safe and sound. We get onto the high ground as well, but alas, Lings are lying in wait, and we can surround the Adept. Big overextension. This takes a lot of hits, and the Adept, it's going to go down. It's so close. Ooh, it does fall. A big pick off. A very early loss here for Geralt. That should not have happened. Geralt, he got a little bit too greedy, got a little bit too ambitious. Was punished for it. Adept backs off. And now we take a third. Oracle is on the way. Third base is being taken now because the initial Adept went down. That means that there's one less Adept to defend, and that means the third base is that much more vulnerable. The Lings have arrived. We're looking for a cancel, and can we get it? It's going to be close. We force activation of the Pulsar Beam, and sort of will back off. Geralt will defend, but forced to spend energy back at home, forced to keep the first Oracle back at home as well. That is giving sort of time to mass up an army, to get into Queens, get into Spore Crawlers, and to defend. Here we go, we have one Spore Crawler at the natural, and a Spore in the main. Queens are amassing, we're droning up, so far so good, sort of hasn't lost any drones yet, but that might be about to change. That might change here as Geralt is getting into additional oracles. Behind this, that's a Twilight Council very early on, and no Forge. This looks like Glaive Adepts. Uh-oh. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. It wasn't earlier Twilight Council, but there's the Forge. Forge is on the way, should be +1. Should be either Blink or Charge. We'll see what Geralt does embrace. Oracles get across the map. They threaten to dive. We get a full surround with the Queens. We get into the main base. There's only the Spore. We get 1 drone kill so far. The Queens are keeping up, and we do intercept. Once again, good positioning here by Sort of. He does deflect those Oracles. And with that, we only get 1 drone kill. Meanwhile, when it comes to the take of choice, Blink. Blink is on the way, +1 is on the way, as we mentioned before. Initially, I thought it was Glaives because there was no Forge, but with the Forge being thrown down, it was going to be Blink Stalkers. So a standard follow-up here from Geralt. Not being too spicy. Back at him, Sort of, he's had some very impressive defense so far with the Queens. Looking at the units lost tab, 2 drones for 1 adept. But the Oracles are at least still alive. They can still pose a threat. They can still threaten those mineral lines and get some worker damage. Not yet, but they can. They have potential. Behind this, Sort of, he wants to try to bait out those Stalkers. Blink isn't done. We get a full surround. And we're going to get both. Oh, we should have at least gotten 1, but Sort of does pull away. He respects the Oracles. Does want to bleed out too many Lings. Got some nice hull damage. Behind this, Lings are amassing. We have not skipped the Roach Warren. Roach Speed is on the way. And Geralt is moving out. How many gateways are we on? We're on 4, soon to be 8. We're going for a 3-base all... Oh, are we going for a 3-base all in? We are. A cheeky move here out of Geralt. So I almost stopped myself from saying that because I'm like, oh, we took a gas. But we didn't. Because we only took 1 gas at the natural, 1 gas at the third, only 4 gases. And that is a massive gateway explosion. That is going to be 8 gateways for Geralt. The Lings are trying to buy time, but we're going to have a lot of Stalkers to work with. Now, what's interesting is that there's no War Prism. There's no Robo, there's no War Prism, so it looks like Geralt should be expanding. Yeah, we're taking another base. We have a high gateway count, but no way to really reinforce across the map. So we're being assertive, yes, but we're still expanding. We're still transitioning behind this, which means Sort of will get away with taking up. Hydra Tech on the way. The upgrades are on the horizon. Infestation Bit, Hive Tech, Lurkers as well. Sort of needs a little bit more time. And can we hold on to the 4th? Can we hold on? End up shading in. Ling almost catching a Stalker. Oh. The Lings are punished. Adepts threatening the 3rd base. The Adepts are at least spotted by Sort of. He is aware. He's getting ready. But this 4th base is actually really late. It's really late for Sort of, and Geralt, he's here to knock it down. Sort of from here would have to double expand. Lings do get into the natural. We do force a warp in. Lings are headed towards the main base. Meanwhile, Geralt is in position and he wants that expansion. He wants it, but he won't get it. Roaches are here just in time. We lose the Queen. Nice bait here from Sort of. Baits have the stasis. The Lings are cleaned up, but it's worth it because, hey, we saved the base. We finally get a 4th. The 4th is up and running. 5th behind this, I'm sure. Main nodding over, saturating the 4th base. Sort of is holding his own, and here come the Lunkers. The Hive is on the way, Lurker Den as well. Sort of, he's almost reached his final form. He needs a little bit more time. He's almost there. Sort of, he's almost there. Oh my god, the stasis does catch the army! Massive stasis on the Roaches, and now we're exposed, we're vulnerable! And Geralt, he goes for the dive, and dives on the Ravagers, dives on the Hydras, boys are being pulled, and Sort of, he's getting caught out. He needed a little bit more time! The stasis was brutal. And we're bleeding out workers, we can lose 6 drones. And it looks like we have broken the 4th base. And with that, that is the backbone of a Sort of. I say that with reinforcements, we're barely holding on, but we lose 11 drones. And Sort of his economy is in the gutter. He's down to 3 bases, a 3-base economy against a 4-base Protoss. Oof, and we're bleeding out too many Roaches. Again, too much momentum in favor of Geralt. Roaches are going down. The base is going down. And we can just keep pushing. We don't have to back off, and we're not. And we blink forward. Even getting overlords. Overlords are going down. Roaches, sorry, Hydras as they pop out. And sort of, he just was never able to establish a fourth base. He was so close to getting there. So close. If it wasn't for that stasis, maybe we survive. Maybe we defend long enough to make lurkers and defend that fourth. But likewise, this fourth base is very exposed. Like, it's right next to this high ground. It's so difficult to hold on to. Lurkers have arrived, but it's too little too late for that. The damage has been done. And at a certain point, Geralt can try to break this position, even with the lurkers. We can try to push in. Now getting up to 6 lurkers. The lurker count is getting higher. True. Getting a higher lurker count. Disruptors are on the way for Geralt. We get the revelation. Lurkers repositioning. Geralt's collapsing on the right hand side. Roaches are ready for this. Nice defense here from Sort of. We're pushing in. Lurkers, they try to reposition. They will be able to. We're holding on. Sort of. Can we stabilize? He's now on 4 bases. We're slowly building up that lurker count. Oh my god. Oh my god. And Geralt, he walks in. Without Immortals, without Disruptors, without Sky Toss, we can't really break this. As long as Sort of is in position, he should be okay. And can Sort of stabilize. It's a rocky road here. It's going to be a difficult path to follow for Sort of. Disruptors have arrived. Nice click. We save the Disruptors. Nova goes up. We get 1 connection, but we get the other Disruptor. And Sort of is holding. Behind this Geralt, oh, Sky Toss. We're going for the Stargates, going for the Fleet Beacon. Oh my god, no detection! Oh, Geralt! That lead that he once had, it's slipping away. We are taking some rough fights. Some very rough engagements. Again, 16 Stalkers and 2 Disruptors for what? For 4 Hydras? Barely anything. The Lunkers. It's happening. Nova's going up. Raising the army. To raise the army. Ling's trickling into the main as well. Going for the Nidus Worm. Sky Toss is spotted. Important here for Sort of. He can take into Vipers. You have the tech for it. Ooh, we have to be careful though. Nova's going up. Ooh. Catching 1 lurker. Oh my god, catching a massive chunk of Zerg as well. But Sort of, he is holding his own, but he gets caught out. Never mind. Oh my god. We lose another lurker. Another massive Nova connects, and another lurker goes down. Finally, Geralt trading well. Does catch a good chunk of army. 2 more lurkers go down. Oh my god. That's 7 lurkers in total for 1 Stalker and 9 Zealots. The trade's much more in favor of Geralt, and now we're getting into that Sky Toss, into those Tempest. This is still anyone's game. But momentum is swinging back in favor of the Protoss. Massive Novas going up. Oh my god, the connections are brutal. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the connections are insane. We're getting into the Disruptors. We can clean up the ground army at least. That is most of the army. At the same time, massive Zealot counterattack. There's only 1 lurker in position. And we get the base. We knock down the 4th once again. It's a one-way trip for these Disruptors. Oh, we go for the recall. We're going to be able to save it. Just barely. But it's getting messy, Pop. It's getting messy. Sort of is moving out across the map with everything he has. And we get the yoink. We can! Oh no, but there's 2 more! Yeah, so many disruptors. GG gets called as sort of does run out of steam, and Geralt takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Geralt, for the most part, was in control of this game from the beginning, from knocking down the 4th base, but sort of was able to claw his way back in and did take some better trades. We saw Geralt overextend multiple times into lurkers, but despite those missteps, despite those mistakes, it was still not enough. In the end, Geralt does still claim the first game, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Yeah, getting into that second game. And we'll see if Geralt can close out the series and make it to the grand finals, or if sort of can fight back and force the ace match. I'm hoping he can. I'm hoping he can. As you can hear the beeps, we are loading into game number 2. It's going to be on Golden Aura. Let's go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. Ooh, leading the series 1-0. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player from land of Sweden, representing Root Gaming. Down in this series, looking and hoping to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is sort of. Here we go. We are calming things down. Once again, Geralt is going to be able to block and deny the expansion. Does force the unnatural natural out of sort of. So we are settling into game 2. Does confirm the location of the expansion. Sort of, I don't think is really one to go for a hatch block or a proxy hatch across the map. Doesn't really come off as that kind of cheesy, aggressive player. He's not crazy. He's not like Dark or Shin or Raynor or even Cyril at times. Like, it's just gonna calm down, play at a macro game, at least a macro-based opener. And we'll see how it sort of does approach this. For now, just gate expand, standard opener from our Protoss player, and likewise, nothing too crazy out of our Zerg either. As a reminder, sort of did open up safely last game, didn't skip his Roach Warren, was even forced to make Roaches early on, but the problem came down to the lack of 4th. The 4th base was a big point of contention, and sort of could not hold on to it, could not embrace it. As a result, was never able to really keep up with the supply, with the production of Geralt. Wasn't quite able to. Ah. Siema. Siema, papi. Overlord is going to be dipping in. Oh, and we have our tech of choice, not going for the Stargaze, going for the Twilight Council instead. Alas, the Overlord should be able to scout. There's no anti-air, there's no Stalker yet. Stalker is now on the way, it's being promoted as we speak, and the Overlord has yet to confirm what's going on. The Overlord did dip into the main and is not quite checking further into the natural, but we might be able to. It's going to be close. Oh, he's so close. One more pixel. One more. He spots it. Barely. He does spot. He does confirm. Does get eyes on the Twilight Council. Sort of is aware. And it looks like he wants to double check. Yeah, there we go. Does confirm. Hopefully it doesn't cost him the Overlord to confirm though. Up. Oh my god. Barely does get away. Does escape in time. And back at home, we should be working towards that Roach Warren. A little bit too early for that, so we're going to be joining for now. Back in the main base, we have yet to pull out a gas, but we are embracing the Dark Shrine. There it is. DTs are on the way. It's going to be a Dark Shrine base opener. Sort of should be aware that this is a possibility. Is moving out his Lings. Does get nice around. That races back home. The Stalker will deny the Overlord Scout. And there's that Roach Warren at around the 4-minute mark, so a nice timing with the Roach Warren. But what I'm concerned about is the... Oh, is the detection. We check, we confirm. No researching. That's the downside of the position here, is that we can check with the Lings, and we confirm that there is no researching upgrade. We should be aware of DTs. Like, that should have been a tell. Right? There we go. I was concerned. There we go. Spores on the way. We have a Spore at the 3rd. We have a Spore at the Natural. No Spore in the main yet. But we will have detection. Prism is moving out. Geralt headed towards the main. Sort of does have another Spore on the way. And the Queens are in position to at least zone away the War Prism. The DTs are waddling in. We're keeping up. Ooh, the Queens are getting caught out though. Yeah, they're caught off of creep. One Queen does fall. We don't quite get the other. More Dark Templar being morphed in. Behind this, Geralt is expanding. He's not going for an all-in himself. He's expanding behind this. So Geralt is going to back off, is going to rotate around. Does have the option to go for some Archon drops, and there we go. The Archons are now on the way. There are multiple phases to this aggression, initially with DTs, followed by Archons. And behind this, we're just going to be macroing up, getting into our 3rd base economy, taking into the Bay, into the Forge, into upgrades, into eventually, I imagine, Colossus or Disruptors. And sort of is going to attempt to punish this and will not get an Adept. But does at least force back the War Prism. And the Archon Harass is delayed. And back at home, sort of is going to be able to saturate his bases, droning up. He defended quite nicely. 4th base is delayed, but for now we're just settling into our 3 bases. Just making sure we are secure. And we're still waiting for Geralt to find some more damage. Going for the Queen. Doesn't quite get it. We do pull away in time. Creep is being cleaned up. Queens do rotate. The roaches have arrived. And we don't quite get the Queen in the end. Does barely get away. Nice defense here out of Sordo. Does save the Queens. Behind this, it is going to be Disruptor first for Geralt. We're going for initially Disruptor, and I imagine Colossus thereafter. Meanwhile, we do see sort of going to a fast infestation bit. Interesting. Are we willing to go into Swarm Host? Or are we just taking into fast Vipers? I mean, both have their place. But I imagine Viper Tech is a little bit more ideal. There we go. Hive is on the way. Should be for Vipers. And that is going to be a secure way to deal with these high-tech units, whether it's Disruptor, Immortal, Archon. The Changeling does reveal the army. Sort of is aware. And this time, Sort of is happily mining from his 4th. We mentioned before that in Game 1, we had a very hard time establishing the 4th base, but this time it's up and running. I mean, not fully saturated yet, but the creep is solid. It's not going to be as easy to punish this expansion. I say that, we do have those Disruptors. The Vipers are not ready yet. Disruptors have potential. Oh! Bold move by Sordom. He wants it. Wants those Disruptors. Get more Disruptors on the way. Not even thinking about the Colossus, just purely Disruptor. I mean, can do quite well against Roach Ravager. This army can be quite clunky, quite difficult to split. We got eyes on the 5th. And we will deny it. Oh. Ooh, that's a kill. Oh, that should not have happened. A kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. At the same time, Roach to go for a big counterattack. Oh my god, the Nova connects. And the overcharge keeps the Disruptor alive just barely. Geralt does defend. And across the map, he's pushing in. Shows those Novas. So far, just trading with the army. Nova goes off. No big connection. Vipers are on the way. Lurkers as well. But the Viper does need time to gather energy. Geralt is going to rotate. Sort of going for the gold. Now trying to rush into that gold base. Prism going into the main. It's going to be the Disruptor drop. So far we're keeping up. Please, they catch the Disruptor. They get one. Ooh. Nova does connect. We get the Immortal as well. Very nice catch. Disruptors and Immortals. And the Prism is not here to reinforce. It is solo. One shot away from going down. And again, a rough movement here from Geralt. A rough engagement. Gold base is on the way. Sort of is maxed out. But we do, oh my god, we do punish this though. We punish the chase. And then over once again. Oh my god, massive connection. The feedbacks as well. Very nicely done by Geralt. Even keeping that Prism alive with the shield battery. Solid unit movement here, unit control by Geralt. Feedbacks, Novas. War Prism as well. And even though sort of is maxed out, he doesn't have the ideal army. He has a lot of supply tied up in Roach Ravager. We need to replace that with more Hydras, Lurkers, Vipers as well. We catch out the army. Massive connections! We may have some Lurkers, but they cannot get away. 3 Lurkers go down in an instant. We have 1 Lurker left. 3 in total. We shut down the Lurker. And sort of is in trouble. He's up against the wall. We have 4 more Lurkers in production. Novas go up. Oh my god, they connect with the Ravagers. Solid trades here for Geralt. The gold base is getting saturated. We're getting there. It's getting up and running. Getting the Lurker. Another Lurker goes down. Storm is not done. We are lacking feedbacks. Nice abductions. We get up. Almost every single Disruptor. 1 Disruptor lives. 3 of them went down. At the same time, War Prism into the main, going for a DT drop, catching the Queens. War Prism should go down. Oh, barely gets away. And Geralt, he has eyes on the gold base. He wants it. DTs are wreaking havoc. At the same time, he has control of the ramp. Oh my god, massive connection. Oh, the Storm. Storm is done. DTs, they snipe the Lurker Den. We peel up a couple of Zealots. They wreak havoc in the gold base. They shut it down. It feels like Sordo's being pulled apart. Has potential with all these Lurkers, but oh my god. Has had some rough trades. And here we go. The War Prism is still barely alive from the start of the game. Massive warp in into the main base. Zealots are wreaking havoc. GG gets called. It's just too much to handle. And Geralt, he will take the series 2-0. Pulling sort of apart and advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Geralt does take the series and does advance on to those grand finals. Congratulations. My condolences to sort of, as he is going to be knocked out and knocked down. And do we have the finals ready for us? That is the question. That is the question. Someone's adding himself. Didn't watch the co-stream. But yeah, with that, GG well played. Geralt will claim the series, will advance on. And the question becomes, do we have our finals ready? Do we have our finals back? Let's check. Let us check. Let us confirm. As it looks like Homono and Nickracht are mid-series. Ooh, they're in the ace match. Let's go. Ooh. Pain Glory exposed. But they're in the ace match, and it looks like, yeah, they're still in game number 3. They're on Alkyone. Oh, it's a TBT, and it looks like we're embracing mech. Oh boy. We are embracing mech. Watch the VOD back. Here we go. We are getting into our grand finals. If you want to tune into the upper semifinals, if you want to tune into Nickracht versus Homono, I believe they're being covered by Steadfast and Dave Tessa, so you can check them out. Likewise, I think it's also being covered by Rocklet in Portuguese, so shout out to Rocklets for covering it in Brazilian. And I don't think CranKy is live, unfortunately. CranKy is usually our Spanish caster, but I don't think CranKy is currently live, so it won't be covered in Spanish. He might join us for the grand finals. Usually, I think CranKy, he's at work, and then when he finishes work, if he comes back home in time, he can catch the tail end of ESL Americas. That's usually when CranKy jumps on. Otherwise, we are getting ready for the grand finals. And again, congratulations to Geralt, my condolences, sort of, get some rest. Sort of, he's been streaming late into the night. What time is it in Sweden? What time is it? Sweden time. 4:30 a.m. in the morning. Mates, calm down, Bobby, calm down. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. It's very late in the land of Europe. So hopefully does get some nice rest. Well deserved. As we're getting ready for the grand finals. And we'll be going on a break. Again, because the TBT is in the ace match, we won't be able to jump in mid-series. We will instead be catching the finals instead. And we will set that up. Here we go. It's going to be a best of 5 between Geralt and a Terran player. We don't really know which Terran yet. We're still a little bit in the dark as of that. If it's Nickracht, then we're going to be heading over to the European server. If it's Homono, we'll be heading over to the Americas server instead. So, to be determined. Beautiful. Beautiful. Poland in the finals. Let's go. Poland. Bologna. But yeah, Pain Glory, what do you mean? You didn't watch the co-stream? Smurge. But did Greedy do gasless builds in the finals? He did. If you remember, he went for a gasless opener on Crimson Court and on Ghost River. I think those are the 2 maps. And if you remember, he went for those gasless builds to go for Roach All-Ins. He went for 2 Roach All-Ins. He went for a German taxi variation on Crimson Court, if I remember correctly. And he went for a Roach Queen Walk across the map on Ghost River. Went for those 2 builds. I don't know if you watched the finals, though. I don't know if you watched. But it was really good. I do recommend watching the VOD if you're interested. It was a lot of fun. Some people were saying earlier, and do appreciate it for those that did end up tuning in for the co-stream for EWC. Do appreciate it. But for now, I guess we're going to be going on a break. A short break. When we return, we will have our finals, but a lot of it is going to depend on when the upper semis does conclude. It looks like it's going to be a long one. It looks like it's going to be late game TBT with mech. It's mech versus mech. So we might be here for a while. We might be here for another 20 minutes back. It's possible. So we're going to be going on a short break, and we will be coming back soon TM with those finals. Until then, take this moment, get some snacks, get some water, get some rest, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and make sure to come back for those finals. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone, welcome back. I apologize for the extended break there, but we were just waiting for the upper semis to wrap up, and now we have our two finalists. We are here in ESL Open Cup Americas 241, the grand finals, a best of 5 between these two amazing players, and we are here to crown our champion. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our blue Polish Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nikaract. It's like we're casting Sparkling Tunica. Geralt and Nikaract, of course, are very active players in the online tournament scene, in the online tournament circuit. We've casted them many a time, and many times over the past couple of weeks, over the past couple of years even, and now they're facing off here when there is no one else to stop them. Max Pax isn't here, Clem isn't here, there's no Beyond, there's no Dark, none of these EWC competitors, they are elsewhere, they're traveling, and that means that this tournament is up in the air, up for grabs for either player. And this could go either way. If you're in the chat, predictions are open, place your bets, get your gamba going for who you believe will be this week's champion. I do give the edge to Geralt, just the edge though. I want to believe that we can have a back and forth series, a back and forth grand finals. Nikaract is our most recent Sparkling Tuna Cup champion, the first Terran player of the year to win a Sparkling Tuna Cup, and did win it over some big Protoss names. We'll see if he can do it again here in ESL Americas. Of course, the big downside being that it's very deep late into the night. It's like, what, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning for these two players. These are some professional D-Gen gamers. If you're out there, if you're also in Europe and you're watching StarCraft, get some rest. Take care of yourselves, Papi. Take care. Ay. I know it's quite late and not the best time for European viewers, but regardless, do welcome you, and I hope you've all been enjoying the broadcast so far. I hope you've been enjoying yourselves as we do settle in and embrace the finals. Let's go. Behind this, going to be a Racked Expand. Ooh, interesting. Going to be an economic opener, a Racked Expand into a second Racks, and do we go for a third CC into a 3 Racks, or do we go straight up 3 Racks without the third? We'll see how aggressive or how greedy we want to be with this. Behind this, the Reaper has arrived across the map, just going to be poking in. Again, a standard opener out of Geralt. The Adept is staying back at home. Second Adept is on the way, and we should be able to keep up with this Reaper. We have our tech of choice, Stargate. Stargate is on the way for Geralt. It's going to be Stargate getting into, I imagine, Phoenix production. Reaper dips in, and the Reaper has to get the hell out of here, has to dip out. The Reaper does pivot away. So far, Geralt keeping up, able to maintain himself, able to maintain his position. Back at home. Interesting. So it's not a 3 Racks, it's not 3CC 3 Racks either. It is a 2-on-1. Something you rarely see in this matchup. It is not too often that you see this kind of variation. What this is a stim timing. We're rushing into marine production, the tech lab is ready on the racks, and stim should be prioritized. Likewise with the factory, should be seeing a reactor into starport, into add-on swap, into medevac. So it's going to be a double medevac 16 marine push here from Nikaract. Something typically reserved for Zerg players, rarely seen against Protoss and Terran. I'm excited though. Double Stargate! He's crazy! Okay. Double Stargate, Mass Phoenix for Geralt. Who do I favor? Now, what I'm concerned by here, we're gonna have Mass Phoenix against Mass Man with Gun. That is a problem. We're gonna have a lot of Marines, and Phoenixes notoriously struggle against Mass Marine because they have to pick up 1 unit at a time, and if the unit is a Marine, I mean, Marines, there's so many of them, so cost efficient, it's going to be difficult to really deal with a mass bio army. Oh boy, Geralt is going to be vulnerable. Again, against high-tech units, Geralt can be okay. He can pick up tanks, pick up Cyclones, pick up Medevacs, drop play, Vikings, Ravens even. But Mass Marine is a little bit different. Now, this is going to be an interesting dynamic because I would say this if it was just a standard Stargate opener. Double Stargate, double the Phoenixes. That's a lot of Phoenixes. Is there a world? Can we lift up all the Marines as we do reveal at least the Phoenixes? We are aware of the opener. Nikaract, I'm sure, happy to see that it is going to be Phoenixes initially. But is he going to be expecting this many Phoenixes as we are continuing and not stopping Phoenix production? Oh boy. Marines are moving out. So are the Phoenixes. And the army is spotted. Geralt is aware. Can he catch reinforcements? Can he catch the medevacs? trying to come in from behind. Sneaking up on the main army. And can we get us around? Can we lock this down? Oh boy, as we have how many Phoenixes? 6 Phoenixes! And we have shield batteries finishing up as well. That's a lot of shield batteries. With the help of the shield batteries, we should be okay. We should be able to hold on. We should be able to survive. But last, this Mass Phoenix did ideally want some more damage. And we're moving out across the map. Oh! Can we get the better back? Almost. Get it into half HP. A lot of damage is dealt. Marines are moving out, trying to intercept. They can and they will. They get a Phoenix. Good pickup. 1 Phoenix does fall. Ooh, we almost get we get a second Phoenix as well. A third Phoenix does get caught in the middle of the map. We do catch it as it attempts to reinforce. We go for the scan, but we have plenty of adepts. We have shield batteries. We have an overcharge. We defend. But the Phoenixes have been lackluster. No, my God, once again. Calm down. As they almost get caught out. So you can see how fragile these Phoenixes are. 4 Phoenixes for 6 Marines. These have not been good trades. They've not been good. And if Nick can force a fight outside of range of the shield battery, we force a cancel. But we do bait out a stim. The stim is baited. More reinforcements on the way. I do still want to favor Nick Rex's army. As long as we can fight outside of range of the shield batteries, then he can take it. With the overcharge, though, different story. Meanwhile, Geralt, he's supply blocked. There's the overcharge. 1 Phoenix goes down. And again, Nick Rex just baiting the army out, waiting for the overcharge to run out. Colossus is on the way. He scans, he spots a third. He's rotating. The Medivacs, he gets 1. Oh, he gets 1, almost 2. We do force a cancel. Overcharges run out. Colossus halfway done. At the same time, Geralt's going for a counterattack, trying to catch some reinforcements or even some SCVs. Not bad. Gets 1. And Nick Rat, he doesn't commit. He could have. I feel like he could have tried to poke in, but alas, Nick Rat, he's going to be backing off instead. And across the map, we get 5 S. Oh my God, 5, 6, 7! 8 SCVs! 8 workers go down. Ay, ay, ay. Nick Rat caught out of position. A nice damage here by Geralt. Back at home, we have the first Colossus. We defend. We're okay. Once we have the Colossus, we can clean this up. But Nick Rat does force a third cancel. Big delay on the third base. And even though Geralt does get some economic damage done, he's still stuck on 2 bases. This is still a big blow to the economy of Geralt. Yeah, Nick Rat is still in the driver's seat. And can he catch out that Colossus? Not quite. Being forced back. At the same time, Nick Rat pushing towards the right-hand side. The army is spotted. Geralt pulls back. And does he save the natural or does he save the third? We have a second Colossus. We can save both. Yeah, we're okay. We have 2 Colossus. We can defend both locations at once. And Geralt will finally expand. Getting into +2 air. Catching another Medivac. Another 2. Oh my God. Very nice catch. Very nice pickups. 3 Medivacs in total. Back at home, Nick Rex settling in. Plenty of turrets. We can try to slow things down. And Nick Rat claiming another base. 4th is on the way. Now, what I will say, up until this point, I do favor Nick Rat's position, but the Phoenix count has to be respected. We do catch another 2 Phoenixes. Another 3. Can we get a 4th? We can. Oh my God. Yeah, this dive was not worth it. Trading Phoenixes for Marines. Geralt gets punished. So again, Nick Rat, he's in a better position, but as the Colossus count gets higher, the Master Marine army gets weaker. So we have to transition. That's why we have Marauders on the way, making 4 Vikings at a time. The Viking count going to be crucial to deal with those Colossus. Nick Rat even double expanding. Getting a 4th and 5th base at the same time. Why not? Scan reveals all 3 Colossus together at the 3rd. That means that we have an opportunity on the right-hand side. There we go. The Colossus do rotate. And as they're distracted, Nick Rat, he comes in! Gets a cannon. Gets a shield battery. Not bad. No major damage, but damage nonetheless. Buildings have to be replaced. Go Base getting up. Ghost production has begun. Again, Nickrack, he's just all over this. And again, these Phoenixes, they have not done enough. They've gotten 3 medevacs and a handful of Marines. And 7 SCVs. They catch some reinforcements. Getting a Viking. Oh god. Oh no. But we get a full surround. And the punish is real. Another Phoenix falls. Not like this. It's been 10 Phoenixes being killed so far. At least he confirms the main army, but this is looking quite terrifying. The only thing we're missing is the Ghost. And speaking of, here they come. The Ghosts have arrived. We have EMPs. Oh, we missed the Observer just barely. We do miss it. Army pushing in. Catching out a Stalker. But again, that's still 3 Colossus Disruptors on the way. Again, the purification of it is going to be huge. It is going to force Nickrack to think twice about stemming forward. But Geralt is supply blocked. Disruptor comes out. We're being so ambitious with this Disruptor. Setting up the Nova. The Observer sees everything. Nova goes up! Up! We go for the stim! We focus it down. We catch the Disruptor. And Geralt gets caught out. Tempest on the way. He's crazy. Oh my god, it gets Viking Marine. The Robo gets sniped. The Phoenixes, they struggle here. We're focusing on the Colossus. We get a couple of swipes in. But the Colossus are going to be zoned away. And the Bio Army does wreak havoc. Nickrack backing off, respecting the position. He got 1 Colossus. Barely didn't get the second. That Observer has been putting in a lot of work for Geralt. But it may not even matter. Again, Nickrack, he has such a booming economy behind this. 78 workers, so many CCs. No planetaries, bear that in mind, so he has even more mules and scans. Finally, the Observer goes down. Finally, the Observer gets caught. Force another cancel. Get another shield battery. Tempest are revealed, but no, we get the Tempest. No. Yeah, we revealed the Tempest a little bit too soon, and we come in for the surround. And Nickrack, he's shutting Geralt down. GG gets called. Nickrack takes game number 1. Whew. GG. A solid game there out of our Terran player, but as a reminder, Geralt was the player. I mean, we had some weird builds, right? We had some weird builds. We had a 2-on-1 out of Nickrack. We have double Starport Mass Phoenix from Geralt. And alas, Mass Phoenix is punished very hard and almost hard countered by something like a 2-on-1. I say something like because a 3-Rax would have done well as well. Just a Mass Marine style did punish Geralt, and the Phoenixes never paid for themselves. We were stuck and contained to 2 bases. We couldn't expand. We couldn't take a 3rd base. By the time we did, Nickrack double expanded. He was on 3, 4, 5 bases real quick as Geralt was fighting for his 5th. Sorry, fighting for his 3rd. He's fighting for his 3rd base. And with that, Nickrack takes a lead. Now, what I will say about that first game is that a lot of it was dictated by the builds. The builds themselves did favor Nickrack, and that gave him a big edge. An edge that he was able to hold on to and snowball out of control. Geralt, I'm sure will think twice about going into Mass Phoenixes, and we'll have a very different dynamic with Nickrack here in Game 2. I'm sure. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our Red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. Leading the series 1-0. It is Nickrack. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Polish Protoss player representing Slidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Here we go. Have our setup here. Have our initial openers. No cheese, no proxy, not yet, not this time in Game 2. Neither Nickrack or Geralt are afraid to be aggressive early on. But as a reminder, it's getting very late in Europe. It's getting very late in that part of the world. And that could be impacting some decision making as well. Our players getting a little bit delirious. Or do they usually stay up this late? That is the question. Are they used to being degen spaffy? Oh, it's 5 a.m. As we do have an economic opener from Nickrat going for a rack expand. SCV is here to go for an eBay block. Alas, the probe is ready for it. And we will be able to pose a bit of a threat, a bit of a nuisance. Second probe does come down, but the SCV is going to be zoned away. Likewise, Geralt does start up that first zealot just in case. Will pop. And the Nexus has been placed. Likewise, Nickrat going for the CC on the high ground just to be safe and secure. So some slight variances here between our players. Again, Nickrat going for an economic opener, but a safe variation of that. We'll have to lift and land on the low ground. Likewise, Geralt did make the first zealots, and we'll see if we can make use of it. It is a pretty big investment, and ideally you want to use this to delay the expansion, to get on top of the building SCV. But as we can see, we're pretty safe here. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to make use of this zealot. The probe coming in for a scout will confirm the lack of CC on the low ground. And we'll see what we can get done as Marines are amassing. Probe dipping in. Does confirm the CC. And as long as Nickrat can control well, he shouldn't lose any Marines. First Marine gets targeted. Nice stutter stepping. Adapter does get a full scout. Very nicely done. Doesn't commit, but does confirm the factory alongside the starport. It is going to be a 1-1-1 build here by Nickrat. And Geralt is going for a Twilight Council. This time, no Mass Phoenix. Not this time. CC is going to be taken. Do wall up. Do wall off. But again, after what happened in the last game, it makes sense to go into Blink instead. Ooh, as we do shut down the initial Zealot. Nickrat doesn't overextend, he backs up. Expanding on the low ground, getting his natural base up and running. And the question becomes, how many gateways? We have one gateway in the main, likewise 2 gateways at the natural. It's going to be 3-gate Blink out of Geralt. A very assertive start. It does allow you to move out across the map, to be assertive, to be aggressive, to get map control, and expand behind it. Overall, a very safe opener. It's not as aggressive as 4-gate, for example, but it's not as passive as 2-gate. Right down the middle here for Geralt. And likewise, Nickrat getting into his own 3-1-1 setup with those extra Raxes. Nickrat is going to poke in, but with all these Stalkers, we should be okay. Say that. With the lock-ons, first Cyclone takes a lot of volleys. One Stalker goes down. Big pickup. Yeah, we get a Stalker, and we're going to catch the others as well. Nice movement here from Nickrat. Ooh, and Blink isn't done. I assumed it was going to done a little bit sooner. My apologies here, but Blink is not yet finished, and we can take control of the third base. We can force a cancel, and we will. That's a kill! Oh my god! That's a kill, not a cancel on the expansion. Ay, the overcharge is popped, but the damage has been done. Even if we clean this up, it's worth it for Nickrat. There's that Blink. Up! And the Medivac barely gets away. And Geralt holds, but at the cost of the expansion. Meanwhile, the drop is trapped. One shot away from going down. Back at home behind this, we are settling into our own production. Stim and Marauder production as well. Working towards our reactors. And that was a rough start for Geralt. He cornered himself with his Stalker movement. And we drop back in. No shot we force a second cancel, right? I mean, it was a kill earlier, my apologies. We're gonna force it! Oh my god, it's getting low! It's getting so low! Oh my god, and we're gonna save it just barely. Ay. At the same time, we drop in towards that natural. We have the Raven. Auto turret gets 2 probes. We save the Nexus. But it's fine. We might have lost a drop, but that was 400 minerals down the drain with the Nexus going down earlier. Another auto turret at the natural. And because of all this aggression, because of all the damage dealt, even though Geralt did go for a 3-gate opener, he can't do anything with the Stalkers. He cannot get across the map. He cannot get into the main. He's stuck outside. And this is a rough start for our Protoss player. It's looking rough, Pappy. It's looking rough. Oh. Meanwhile, third CC's on the way. Nicaract, he is not going for an all-in, is expanding. We can see Geralt trying to catch that Raven, but the Raven did make it back home. And we're going for another move out now. Thankfully, Geralt will spot this. But this army is terrifying. We have Stim. Stim is done in 10 seconds. We have the Raven, of course. We have some potentially spell support. Tank, Widow Mines. It's not going to be an easy defense here by Geralt. But he will have the shield battery. Gets the Raven. Raven goes down. Big pickup. And Nicaract does overextend. Widow Mine's going to be burrowing in. And we shut down the shield battery. No overcharge. The base is going to fall. It's low from earlier. There's no saving it. No shot. Mines just going off. Big connections. And we're going to collapse in, but the mines are brutal. We shut down the Zealots. Yeah, the Zealots are cleaned up. We're getting some of the Stalkers. They're exposed. Storm is not done. We are barely holding onto the base, but these are still efficient trades for Nicaract. The tank shelling away in the back line, getting so much damage done, and we get the base. We get the Nexus. And Nicaract, he's popping off, Bappy. Oh my god. He's snowballing out of control. Geralt is supply blocked. Yeah, he's heavily supply blocked at this point. We have the overcharge. We can try to hold on. Boys are being pulled, but the tank is sieged. Oof. Yeah, the tank volleys are brutal. Even with the help of the shield battery goes down. GG gets called, and Nicaract takes a 2-0 lead against Geralt. Oh my god. Crazy. GG, well played. Nicaract, he has been popping off here. He will take the second game, and he is one game away from claiming the entire series. Again, it's been a very aggressive start from Nicaract. Game 1, as I mentioned before, came down to the builds. Game 2 came down to Geralt missing the move out and not recognizing how committed it was. If you remember, at the third base, Geralt, he had his Stalkers ready, but they were over towards the right-hand side, which means they were trapped. They were trapped. Blink was done in 20 seconds. He needed a little bit more time. Without Blink, the Stalkers, there was no way out. There was no way out for those Stalkers. They were pinned up against the wall. They were shut down. The third base was killed, not cancelled. I mentioned before that it's quite late over in Poland. And because of that, Geralt, he's making some small mistakes that are really hurting him. I mean, I say small mistakes, they're becoming big. We do see Nicaract capitalizing quite hard on them, and I'm hoping for an extended series, but it might end here and now. Oh boy. Nicaract, he needs one more to claim the win over Geralt. We'll see if he can get it. I'm hoping that Geralt can fight back. I'm hoping for a game 4. I would love a game 5, but we'll see. We shall see. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, down in this series, up against the wall. The pressure is on. Can he fight back and make a series out of this? I hope so. Representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player, representing the Platinum Heroes, one game away from becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Americas champion. Unamas is all he needs. It is Nicaract. We go. Here we go. Also, before I forget, I apologize, but I did just wake up and jumped right in, and this is going to be a more aggressive start by Nicaract, by the way. Before I forget, wish a happy birthday to Yaku. Yaku of the Zaku, it is his birthday today, by the way. He was streaming last night, heading over into midnight, and yeah, do wish him a happy birthday. He unfortunately wasn't able to cast with me last night. Wasn't able to cast, but today it is his birthday, and he did have a very fun, very lovely birthday stream. So big shout out to Yaku. I believe he was streaming during ESL Europe, or around that time, during the ESL Europe Open Cup. So much love to Yaku. I was just reminded that it's his birthday. I was just reminded. Otherwise, we're settling in. And again, for the first time this series, double gas. Double gas opener out of Nicorette. He's going for a faster factory. This can lead into a very aggressive start. Into a starport, into a mine drop, into a cyclone drop, into a one base all in even. Nicorette has options. A lot of options are available to the Terran player. And what is he going to go for? What do we embrace? Okay, it's going to be factory into CC. We are going to be expanding, but again, faster factory into a faster starport. Nicorette gets across the map. Poking in. We'll see what kind of tech we do embrace here for Nicorette. I mean, sorry, for Geralt. And it is going to be the Twilight Council. Okay, Twilight Council opener out of Geralt once again. I imagine working towards Blink. A build Geralt has been quite fond of on this map has been a DT opener instead, but I feel like we would have kind of placed and set things up a little bit differently for that. So Blink should be on the horizon. As the Reaper is going to be zoned away. And behind this, we are committing into additional Hellion Reaper production. Now, with this kind of army, the goal is to bust into the natural. To bust past the army, past the wall, into a mineral line. But so far, the SimCity is looking solid. And so far, Geralt is ready for this. Now, the scary thing about this army is that even if you're in position with the KDA charges, you can knock the Stalker out of position instead. And so we do fully wall off just in time. I'm trying to catch out the Stalker, but we have a shield battery. We should be fine. We should be okay. Trying to catch it out though, we do get the wall off. Oh my god, Nicorette, he's crazy. Yeah, the overcharge is not enough. The Stalker goes down and we force the pylon to finish. And that's good enough. We get a Stalker kill and we will force Geralt to kill his own Stalker as well. Sorry, his own pylon, I should say. Yep, there we go. He has to kill his own pylon to break out. Behind this, we're getting Cyclone production. That's going to be early tank, early Banshee. Again, this tank Banshee build has been very trendy over the past 6 months. Sorry, I say 6 months. 3 months. Over the past 3 months has been quite trendy. And for good reason. As it can hit very hard. Geralt getting supply blocked. Does break out of his own natural. You can see once again Nicorette threatening a dive. At this point, the Reaper Hellion, their time has come and gone. They shouldn't find more damage. And oh my, poor the boys! Oh my, we just don't care. We don't even care about it. We're going for the kill. We've disrupted the build enough here for Geralt. And what does he have to work with? We have a handful of Stalkers. That's going to be, what, 5 Stalkers in total. Third base is about to be taken. It's going to be 2-gate Blink. And very few warp ins. Very little to work with here for Geralt. Overcharge is off of cooldown, so we have an overcharge available. But we are sneaking up on the natural. And can we get within range? Yeah, we go for the dive. The tank comes in. We have the overcharge. We get us out of the Stalker. It goes down anyway. We focus out the shield battery. The tank does siege. We're going for the tank. The repairs are not going to be enough. The tank does go down. Massive pick off. But we have so much DPS anyway. The Stalkers are helping. But we're going to get every single probe here. The probes are going down left and right. The Banshee's popping off. Geralt will hold at the cost of 20 probes. We haven't lost any SCVs. What? What just happened? How do we not lose any workers? Jeez, I mean, we're about to now. Or are we? The Banshees are coming in to reinforce, and Nicorette, he has only lost 1 SCV. The boys are still here. They're still in town. They're going for the robo. They're going for the pylons. Stalkers, they try to engage. Immortal's on the way. There's 1 pylon left, and we're going for it. And this Immortal, it's not going to pop out, so we're going to depower the robo. We shut it down. Stalkers are catching reinforcements. They catch another tank. Big pickoff. Oh, Nicorette, he's bleeding out a lot of high-tech units. That's the second tank going down as a misrally. But, I mean, we're still in a good position. Like, Nicorette is still ahead. He still has that economic lead. As Geralt has 3 bases, but no mining. He's on 1 base economy, 1 base mining. The Twilight Council is going to be targeted. Oh, we get the scan, we get the Observer. With Blink, we can clean this up. But again, we just got so much value already. Now we're rallying back home. We get one Stalker. And Geralt is down to 29 probes. Dark Shrine is on the way in a moment of desperation. DTs can be a way to claw our way back into this game. Back at home, do we have detection? We have scans. That's all we have. Only scans to work with. Banshee does hit the natural. There's no Raven, there's no turrets, there's no NG Bay either. Honestly, Dark Templar could end things if Nikrak mules a little bit too hard. Now the main base is full of NG. That's the problem here. We have a lot of NG here in the main for Nikrak. Geralt poking in. Alas, we cannot quite break through. The Dark Shrine is done. Oof. Tank volley going off. And as time progresses, what I'm concerned by here is the third CC. There we go. Third CC is on the way. Still no engineering base. Still no turrets. The first two DTs are warped in. I think the best chance is to wait for the move outs. I don't think... sorry, my apologies. The turret is done. Where was the eBay? How did I miss it? There it is. My apologies. eBay is done. We have a turret back at home. DTs are waddling in, and the turret will reveal this. Dark Templar revealed, but we only have the one turret at the natural. No, there we go. We have a turret in the main as well. Never goes off. Oh my god, massive connection. Workers are going down. But alas, it looks like we will defend. It's going to be 10 SCVs. Do we have a scan? We should. We do. We have a scan available. Again, Nikrak being so smart. He doesn't move out until he has those turrets. He was ready. Big tank volleys going up. And Geralt is still trying to recover. We have a Colossus on the way. But the tank volleys are brutal. As long as we have a scan, we should be fine. Another Dark Templar warping in. Another scan. No splash damage, no friendly fire, I should say. And Nikrat, he is going up for the kill. He's going for the natural. Gets the Observer. Boys are being pulled. The tanks are sieging up. Oh my god. Yeah, there's just no defense here. Not anymore. Not after how much damage was done. We're going for the Colossus. We snipe it. The Colossus goes down. We bring it down. And there's nothing left. Good night. And Nikrat will take the series 3-0. And will be this week's, for the first time in his career, ESL Open Cup Americas champion. GG. GG, well played. Good night. Good night. GG, well played, as it is very late for both players, and I'm sure that was a part of some of the play that we saw. Regardless, congratulations to Nikrat, as he does claim victory over Geralt, and he wins his first ESL Open Cup Americas. GG, very well done. No, I'm just saying, we saw this, we kind of foretold this in a way, right? Nikrat, he is our most recent Sparkling Tuna Cup champion, and now he's our most recent ESL Americas champion as well. Congratulations, Nikrat has been improving so much over the past year. I mean, not just Nikrat, but Cristiano, Geralt as well. But it's been really cool to see the rise of Nikrat over the past year of play, and he's been getting better and better results as well. And what it's all about now is consistency. You know, it's bringing his A game week after week, time and time again, when he needs it most. And with that, congratulations to Nikrat. A shout out to Geralt, because even though he's going down here in the finals, he made it to the finals. He made it all the way here. He brought down Trap on his way to the finals as well. One of the favorites, a big name in the tournament, did fall the hands of Geralt, so very nicely done. It was not an easy road to get here to those finals, so again, congratulations to Geralt for making it this far, but a shout out, greater congratulations to Nikrat for claiming the win, claiming the victory over Geralt. Congratulations. Congratulations. Was a bit of a shorter finals, but a very intense and very spicy finals nonetheless. So congratulations. With that, that is going to be wrapping up our broadcast for the morning. This is going to be wrapping us up here. Again, it is now 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon in Australia. And this is our only cast for the day. Only cast for the day, just ESL Americas. Our next broadcast should be tomorrow. We're going to be going over Code for Giants Cup. Code for Giants Cup is going to be tomorrow, so you can tune in if you're interested in some Brazilian StarCraft. That is our next broadcast. Otherwise, hope you've all enjoyed yourselves. I know that it's been a very intense week of StarCraft with EWC. There's been a lot going on, a lot of StarCraft, a lot of matches, a lot of just StarCraft in general, and it's been a bit overwhelming. It's been a bit much, and I know a lot of people want to decompress and calm things down and let it all sink in as well. You know, the week that we just had was crazy, and we need to let it marinate a little bit. It does need to marinate. So yeah, I hope you're all enjoying yourselves in general, and with that, we're going to be wrapping up our broadcast. Again, we're going to be back tomorrow with Code for Giants Cup. On Friday is going to be OC King of the Hill. We have KSL, we have MSO, we have STC. World Team League comes back next weekend. Bear that in mind. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is going to be World Team League. We also have the House Galactic Battle as well, which is an offline event in Poland. If you want some more Geralt action, then we got you covered over in the House Galactic Battle. So plenty of content on the horizon here for the remainder of August. I mentioned before that September is looking a little bit leaner when it comes to content, but we'll find a way to cast, I'm sure. we'll find a way to cast, as we always do. Meanwhile, because this is our only cast today, I'm going to ladder. I am going to have a bit of a cheeky ladder session in, like, soon. Not on this channel, but on my personal channel. So if you're interested, if you want to help, and if you want to tune in to some live VIP ladder session. I haven't laddered in like 2 weeks, so I'm very rusty, very rusty, and I'm not fully there either. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm sure it's gonna be a great time to be had. So you can tune in. You can tune in if you wish. Don't expect me to win many games. Again, I'm very rusty, and I'm a little bit sleep deprived. So it's gonna be amazing. I'm sure it's gonna be amazing. So you can tune in if you wish. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. You can check out our social media if you want to tune into, you know, more of the CranKy Ducklings. Likewise, you can check out our YouTube channel as well. We do stream both on Twitch and on YouTube, both at the same time, and VODs are available on YouTube immediately if you want that as well. But you can check out our YouTube channel if you wish. Again, let me just quickly set that up. There we go. Socials in the chat. So we have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings if you want to be notified when we go live. Someone earlier was asking, how do I be notified when you go live? I mean, depends what you want. Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Twitter. We do post anywhere and everywhere, even Mastodon and Blue Sky as well, depending on what social media you do prefer. So all things CranKy Ducklings for when we go live. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for Code for Giants Cup. That's going to be in less than 24 hours. It's going to be some Brazilian StarCraft action. Otherwise, I'll see you guys in like 15 minutes for some light ladder session. It's it's gonna be an interesting one. Yeah, I'm ready for the Wall of Red. I'm ready to tank my MMR, Bappy. Let's go, let's go. Otherwise, hope you have a great day. Hope you have a great week, and we'll see you when we see you. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, Bappy. Ciao. Hasta luego.